Guys, I can't believe it, but today my YouTube channel is 1 year old. Yeah, 1 year ago, I started this channel with a goal to create free, high quality, fun English lessons that I would want to use if I was learning English. In the past year, the channel has grown like crazy. We have over 270,000 subscribers, and my videos have gotten over 4 million views. You guys have completely changed my life in this last year, and I wanted to find a way to celebrate. So I looked through all 100 plus videos I've uploaded in the past year, and I picked my top 10 favorite lessons. So in today's giant video, you will find speaking practice lessons, listening practice lessons, learn with a story lessons, vocab builder lessons, a very wide variety of my favorite content from the past year. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this video. And thank you, all of you, for making my work possible. If you feel stuck in your English learning journey, then maybe that's because you are not learning the right way. Welcome back to my 141,000 plus amazing subscribers. Today, I'm trying something new. Today, we are going to try out a totally new way to learn vocabulary. If you look down here at the bottom of the page, there are 3 words that you definitely know: house, friend, and eat. These are not difficult words, right? You guys are already familiar with these words. But if you look up here, we have 9 pretty challenging target vocab words: improvise, articulate, convey, meticulous, diligent, reiterate, delegate, alleviate, and ebullient. The plan for today is we are going to learn these 9 difficult words by connecting them to these 3 easy words that we already know. After we connect all of these words, we're going to take a look at them used correctly in the context of a story, and then at the end of today's video, I'm going to give you a test. So click like on this video, comment, let's go, and let's get started with our first easy word here, house. I'm going to use blue to refer to house. So when I think about this English word house, this easy English word, what comes to mind is buying a house. Yeah, purchasing a new home, a new house, or maybe moving into a new home. And that makes me think of ebullient, our first word for today. Ebullient, which means full of energy and excitement, right? Because just think about the process of moving into a new home or purchasing a new home, buying a new home. It fills you up with energy, with excitement, with positivity, with good vibes, right? Yeah, it's a very exciting process that fills us with ebullience and makes us feel ebullient. However, even though we might feel ebullient at the prospect or idea of moving into a new home or buying a new home, it is difficult to articulate just how complicated this process is. What's articulate? It means to express ideas clearly. Yeah, to be very clear when you talk, right? When you say exactly what you mean and you don't mix up your words, you don't say the wrong thing, then that means you are being articulate as an adjective. And if you articulate something to someone, that means you tell them about it or explain it very, very clearly. So in this situation, I'm using articulate as a verb. I'm letting you guys know, yeah, it's tough to articulate just how complicated the moving process is, or the home buying process. It's hard to articulate because it is so complicated. There are so many different moving parts. In other words, there are so many different things to think about when we are buying a home or moving into a new home. You have to think about the money side of things. Maybe you are getting a loan to buy this house. Maybe you need to think about your credit and the money in the bank and taking out a mortgage or a loan to buy this home, right? So there's the money side of things. Then there's the moving side, moving all of your stuff into the new place, buying new stuff. And then, of course, you have to research the home before you buy it. You have to check out the neighborhood. You have to make sure there are good schools. So it's tough to articulate just how much goes into this process. Yeah, it's hard to convey exactly how challenging this process of buying a home can be. Convey means just communicate or make something known, right? If you give a message to somebody, then you are conveying a message to them. And if you convey this message very, very clearly, then you convey an articulate message, right? Or you convey the message articulately, to use it as an adverb. So yeah, just to reiterate, the home buying process can be really tough, really stressful, really challenging. Do you see what I did there? Reiterate means to say something again in order to clarify or make things clear, or in order to emphasize, to really make your point, to really drive home your point, right? So let's go through this blue chain one more time and just reiterate all of these things once more. If you want to buy a house, you will definitely be filled with ebullience. You will feel very ebullient, very full of energy, full of excitement at the idea of buying a new house. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Because it's tough to articulate. It's not easy to convey just how much goes into the home buying process. Yeah, there is a lot to think about. There are a lot of moving parts, right? So just to reiterate once more, just to re-emphasize, just to repeat myself one more time, the home buying process is very exciting, but there are also lots of challenges. Let's move on to our second easy word that we already know, friend. We know friend. We know this word, right? We could also say a pal. We could also say a buddy, a companion, someone who you like to spend time with, someone who you get along well with, right? Well, of course, if you make a new friend, you are going to feel ebullient, just as you might if you buy a new home, right? Yeah, making a new friend is really exciting. It feels really good because it can alleviate loneliness. What does alleviate mean? It means to make something less intense or less severe. Another way to think about it is to lessen something. Yeah, so for example, maybe you have a headache, a really bad headache. You take some medicine to alleviate that headache. In other words, to make the headache less intense. Yeah, it's not going to be so strong after you take the medicine, right? In this situation, in the example that we are talking about now, we are saying that making a friend can alleviate loneliness, right? If you feel lonely, if you feel isolated, if you feel really solitary, yeah, these are just different ways of saying that you feel alone, you feel by yourself, like you don't have any friends to hang out with or confide in, right? Talk to and share your ideas and your feelings with, right? So if you make a friend, that can alleviate some of the loneliness because you now have a companion to spend time with. However, it's not always so easy to find someone that shares common interests with you. Yeah, someone who you have a lot of things in common with. So we need to be diligent in our search for friendship, in our search to make new friends, right? What is diligent? It means showing consistent hard work and effort. In other words, you don't give up and you work hard towards a goal consistently. If you're doing something consistently, then that means you are keeping at it. You keep trying, you keep doing it over a long period of time. For example, if you are working out and you want to build muscle, you need to go to the gym consistently, right? You can't just go once or twice or even a handful of times, because that's not going to be enough to give you real muscle growth, right? You need to be consistent about your workouts. You need to go and do your workouts consistently, right? So maybe you're diligent about working out. Yeah, you are consistent. You keep showing up over and over. You work hard at it. You put in a lot of energy and effort. In our orange example sentence, we're talking about how necessary, how important it is to be diligent when we are looking to make new friends, right? You can't just go to one party and talk to a couple of people and, go out one time and expect to make a lot of friends. That's not how life works. That's not how things work, right? You need to be diligent. Yeah, maybe you can try joining a couple of different clubs. Like if you like tennis, you can go and join a tennis club. If you like trading cards, you can go and hang out at your local trading card shop and, maybe do some trading card tournaments and try to meet new people that way. But you shouldn't give up and you should be diligent about it, right? Keep trying and really make an effort is basically what this word means. Now, what should you do if there are no clubs where you live, if there's nothing interesting going on? Well, you might have to improvise. Improvise. What is improvise? To improvise is to do something without preparing, right? For example, maybe I go and give a speech. I don't have any script prepared. I don't have anything prepared, right? I have not gotten ready for this speech. I'm just going to go right up onto the stage and start talking and improvise what I say. Another way of saying this is go off the cuff. Yeah, if you just are talking without a lot of preparation, without, any kind of getting ready beforehand, then we say that's going off the cuff. That's improvising. So in our orange example sentence that we are weaving this way, we're talking about, the idea of making a friend makes us feel really ebullient, full of energy and excitement. It would be awesome to make a new friend. It would be so exciting, right? Because if we can make a new friend, that will alleviate some of our loneliness. It will take away some loneliness, but it's not always so easy to make friends. You need to keep trying. You need to be diligent in your efforts to make friends. Like maybe you can go to some clubs, right? Some different events in your area. Try to meet like-minded people. Meet like-minded people. In other words, people who think the same way that you do, people that have similar interests or like the same things that you like, right? But if you don't have any of these events where you live, if you don't have any of these clubs where you live, you might have to improvise. You might have to find a creative solution. For example, you could improvise by making friends online. Yeah, maybe you could download an app that is designed to help people make friends. Maybe you could play an online game and be social that way. You could find a way to improvise and make friends online. So just to reiterate one more time, right, the idea of making a friend really fills me up with ebullience. It makes me feel really ebullient. It's such a big word, but it just means makes me feel happy and excited and really positive, right? Because I know making a friend will alleviate my loneliness, but I also know I need to be diligent in my search to make friends, and I shouldn't just give up easily, and if there aren't that many options for making friends available to me locally, maybe I can improvise and make friends online instead. Awesome. Let's move on to our third word here, our third easy word that you guys know for sure, eat. Eat. Yeah, to eat stuff, to consume food, right? I'm going to use yellow for this word. I'm going to use a new color. Now, why do we eat? We eat to alleviate hunger or to lessen our hunger. Yeah, when we start to feel hungry, we can eat food, and that alleviates our hunger. It makes our hunger less intense. It makes our hunger less severe. It fills us up, makes us feel better. So it alleviates our hunger. But how do we know what to eat? I remember when I was a little kid and it would be dinner time, me and my family, we would struggle to make a decision. Oh, should we have Japanese food? Should we cook at home? Should we go to this Mexican restaurant? We ended up needing to delegate this responsibility to my dad. Now, what do I mean by that? If you delegate a task, if you delegate a responsibility to someone, that means you give them a task, you give them a responsibility, you assign them something important to do. In this case, when I was a kid and we wanted to eat dinner in order to alleviate our hunger, we would delegate this task to my dad, and we would delegate the task to him for a very certain reason. We would do this because my dad is good at decision making. Me, my mom, my sister, we are all very wishy-washy. What is wishy-washy? That means it's hard for us to make up our mind. It's hard for us to make a decision. It's hard for us to say, okay, tonight we are going to the Mexican restaurant. That's the plan. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, it's hard for us to do that because we are always thinking, oh, well, what if? But my dad is not like that. So we would delegate this task, this important thing that we wanted to do, to my dad. This word is important, to. You delegate a task, you delegate a responsibility to someone, right? So we would give this mission to my dad. Yeah, we would articulate to him some basic ideas that we had for what we wanted to eat. Yeah, we would convey to him some basic things like, oh, I don't want to eat at home. Oh, I want to eat something spicy tonight. Oh, I feel like steak tonight. And once we articulated these things to him, once we conveyed these basic thoughts, basic opinions to him, it would be up to him to make a decision. Now, after we delegated this mission to my dad, after articulating to him, conveying to him some ideas about what we wanted to eat and delegating this task of picking the restaurant to him, we would go to a restaurant, sit down, and look at the menu very meticulously. What is meticulous? It means you do something very carefully. You do something in a very detailed way. You do something in a very precise, a very involved, very thorough way because you don't want to make any mistakes, right? You want to avoid mistakes at all costs, so you'll be very meticulous. So when I say we would read the menu very meticulously, what I mean is that we would read it very carefully. We would read the menu from front to back to make sure we hadn't missed anything, to make sure we weren't overlooking anything, we hadn't, not seen anything. And then when we were totally sure of what we wanted, we would convey our order to the waiter. Yeah, we would let the waiter know what we wanted. Now, after we had conveyed what we wanted to eat, what we wanted to order to the waiter, he would reiterate the entire table's order. He would repeat the order out loud just to reiterate, just to say it again and clarify or make sure that he had gotten everything correct. Now, like I mentioned, me and my mom and my sister, we were very meticulous with our orders. We would read the menus very carefully, but my dad would just wing it. He would just improvise every time. He would just say, how about this? That looks new. I'll just try that this time. He did not read the menu very carefully. He did not go through the menu in a meticulous way. He would just wing it. He would just go off the cuff. He would improvise and just say, how about this? Or sometimes he would even ask the waiter, what do you think? What do you recommend? And that's a form of improvisation. That's a form of improvising. Wow, guys, take a look at this page. Take a look at all of the connections we have built between these difficult target vocab words and these 3 simple words that we already knew. What we're going to do now is take a look at all of these target vocab words in the context of a short story, and then I will test you to see how much you've learned. Now, guys, I'd like to remind you that if you haven't clicked like on this video yet, now is a great time to do so. If you haven't left me a comment yet, now is a great time to do so. This is my first time trying this style of video, connecting vocab words in this way. If you want me to make more of this kind of video, you can leave me a comment saying more like this. That way I know you guys like this content and I can go and make more of it for you. Now, let's go through this story meticulously, and reiterate the meanings of a lot of these words. Yeah, let's get into it, okay? Mia had just bought a small house. That was one of our easy words, right? And she was excited to turn it into her dream home. Maybe we could even say she was feeling ebullient, right? She was feeling really excited. She was very meticulous, very careful about every little detail, from the colors of the walls to the type of furniture. Yeah, the couches and chairs and dressers and cabinets and beds and nightstands, etc., that she was going to include in the house, the furniture, right? She even made a detailed list so she wouldn't forget anything. So we can see she's really detailed. She's really meticulous. She's not wanting to make any mistakes. When the contractors came to start the work, the people she has contracted or hired to do this work, Mia tried to be articulate, using it as an adjective. She's trying to be articulate and convey her ideas clearly. So she wants to be clear when she tells these people her thoughts. When she expresses her ideas, she wants to be very articulate. She wants to be very clear. We can connect these 2 words. She wanted to make sure they knew exactly what she had in mind. However, as things moved along, as things progressed, we could also say, as things developed, some unexpected issues came up, like a delay in the tile delivery. A delay. So there's a holdup. a holdup, right? She's not getting the things she ordered on time. She's getting them later than she expected. They are not arriving in a timely manner. They are late. So Mia had to improvise, okay? She had to think on her feet. She had to go off the cuff. She had to kind of wing it and pick a different tile on the spot. Ooh, here's another good way of thinking about improvising. If you are put on the spot, right, and you don't have time to think beforehand, you don't have time to prepare, you are put on the spot, right? So she's picking a new tile. You guys know what tile is. It's like a ceramic flooring for your house, right? A hard ceramic flooring, okay? Not like wood, not like linoleum. Tile is a different building material, okay? So she has to pick a different kind of tile, and she has to do it on the spot without preparing. This change wasn't part of her plan, but she handled it with an ebullient attitude, okay? So she's got a positive attitude. She stays full of energy in order to keep this project on track. She is keeping it going, keeping it moving. Yeah, she doesn't want things to fall apart. She doesn't want there to be any hang-ups, any hiccups, we could also say, any problems, any obstacles, anything getting in the way of finishing this project. She doesn't want any of that, so she maintains an ebullient attitude. She keeps her ebullient attitude, right? To make sure everything went smoothly, everything went according to plan, everything goes well, Mia stayed diligent, okay? So she's checking in on the progress every day. You see, she's being consistent, being diligent. She's doing it every day. Yeah, not just once or twice, but checking in every day and making sure each detail was right. Each detail was right. So we need two things to be diligent, right? We need consistency and we need effort. We need energy. So she's bringing both of those factors, both of those things we need to this project. So we can say that she's being diligent or that she's staying diligent. Sometimes she had to reiterate or repeat her instructions to the workers, like reminding them about the layout of the kitchen. Yeah, the layout, the way the kitchen is prepared, the way the kitchen is set up to make sure everyone understood her vision. Yeah, remember, she's trying to be really articulate. She's trying to convey her ideas clearly. She's trying to be as clear as she can, crystal clear when she communicates with this team. Over time is going by, time is passing, and Mia realized she couldn't do everything herself. She's realizing, oh man, this is a huge project. I think I bit off more than I can chew. That means I think I took on a little bit too much work and now I feel overwhelmed. Ooh, I think I bit off more than I can chew, right? So she's realizing she can't do everything herself. She can't do it by herself. So she makes a decision to delegate some tasks, right? She's going to dole out some tasks. She's going to give some of the workers some of this work, asking her friend, oh, not the workers. Okay. She's going to delegate tasks to her friend to, for example, help pick out some furniture. Okay, so her friend is going to assist her, going to help her, going to, give her a hand in some of these things she needs to do, such as picking out furniture. This helped alleviate her stress, lessen her stress, get rid of some of her stress, as she could now focus on her favorite parts of the renovation. In the end, Mia's house turned out exactly as she had hoped. Everything went according to plan. Everything went beautifully, right? Her careful planning, her clear communication, and her willingness to let others help and not try to do everything by herself, all of these created a home that made her truly happy. Fantastic, guys. If you are still with me, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing a fantastic job. Let's move along to the final part of this video. I'm going to test you. Yeah, we're going to have a vocab quiz and check and see how many of these difficult, challenging, advanced vocab words you remember. Okay, here's the first one. This verb means you do something without preparing, as in 5 minutes before my speech, we lost my script, so I had to blank. I had to do what? And 3, 2, 1. The answer is improvise. Yeah. 5 minutes before my speech, we lost my script, so I had to improvise. I had to go off the cuff. I was put on the spot, and I had to wing it, right? Question number 2, we use this to say we make something less intense or severe, as in the medicine blank my headache. Okay, do you guys remember this? The medicine blank my headache. 3, 2, 1, alleviate, right? The medicine alleviated my headache, right? The medicine made my headache less intense, less severe. Yeah, it made it better. We can also say, I ate food to alleviate my hunger, right? Because food can make your hunger less intense, less severe. That's number 2. Question number 3, this means say something again in order to emphasize or clarify, as in I had to something the instructions as he didn't listen the first time, or because he didn't listen the first time. So 3, 2, 1, reiterate, right? I had to reiterate the instructions, repeat the instructions in order to clarify, in order to make sure he understood because he didn't listen the first time. Up next, this word means full of energy and excitement, as in when I told the kids we would go to Disneyland, they were totally what? They were totally something. They were filled with excitement. They were 3, 2, 1, ebullient, right? If you are ebullient, then you are filled with positive energy, excitement. You want to go, go, go. You have a very sunny attitude. Okay, here is question number 5, our final test question for today. This word means showing consistent hard work in something, as in he is very blank when it comes to studying and doing homework. In other words, he always completes his work and turns in his assignments on time. So yeah, this student is very 3, 2, 1, diligent. Yeah, this student is very diligent when it comes to studying and doing homework. He always shows up. He is consistent about doing his work, and he puts in hard work. Guys, how many of these did you get correct? You can let me know down in the comments section. You can say, I got all 5 correct. I got 4 out of 5 correct, 2 out of 5 correct. You can let me know down in the comments. If you found this video helpful, if you like my teaching style, if you like my approach to teaching, please support me by liking this video, leaving me a comment, sharing. Maybe you can even become a channel member to get PDFs for all of my lessons and hours of bonus material as well. Welcome back to all of my amazing students and incredible subscribers. So good to see you guys again. First, we're going to read a story. Yeah, I will read the story quickly to you the first time. It will just take a couple of minutes. You can sit back, relax, and listen. Then, in part 2, we will have a vocabulary breakdown, taking a closer look at some of the more challenging language, some of the more difficult words used in the story, and make sure we understand all of it very clearly. Then, in part 3, we will have a deep dive into the story. Yeah, we'll go back and take a closer look, going line by line, sentence by sentence, to make sure we understand everything crystal clear. But what's the point of learning a story and learning new words and new expressions in English if you can't use them, right? So in part 4, the final part of today's video, we will have discussion questions and speaking practice. I will ask you a big question related to the story, and I will show you how to speak, how to talk, how to respond to this question, and we'll get some spoken English practice. If all of that sounds good to you and you're ready to jump in, click like on this video to support me as your YouTube English teacher. Leave me a comment letting me know your story. Why are you learning English? And most importantly, make sure you watch this video to the end because that's what makes it a real deep work lesson. Today's story is a true story, and there was a very good movie made about this story called Dangal. It's a story out of India. Beautiful story, beautiful movie. I highly recommend you guys go watch the movie at some point. But let's jump into today's lesson with the quick read. So once again, all you need to do, sit back, relax, and listen. I will read the story to you quickly. If, some of it is a little confusing or there are some words that you don't completely understand, that's okay, because later we will make sure everything is crystal clear. So let's take a look. The story behind Dangal. Have you ever had a dream that seemed impossible because no one around you believed in it? This is the story of Mahavir Singh Bhogat, a man who defied all odds to turn his daughters into world-class wrestlers in a society that didn't believe women belonged in the wrestling ring. Now, Mahavir was a former wrestler who never got the chance to win a gold medal for India, but he didn't let that dream die. He decided that his future sons would fulfill that dream. Here's the twist. Mahavir didn't have sons. Instead, he had daughters. In a country where girls were expected to stay at home and get married, Mahavir dared to train his daughters, Gita and Babita, to become wrestlers. At first, the entire village mocked him. They couldn't understand why he was making his girls do what was considered a man's job. But Mahavir was determined. He put his daughters through intense training, often pushing them harder than they thought they could handle. The girls faced many challenges, including a lack of support and harsh criticism, but they never gave up. Gita and Babita didn't just learn to wrestle, they became champions. Gita went on to win India's first ever gold medal in women's wrestling at the Commonwealth Games, and Babita followed in her footsteps with her own successes. When push came to shove, Mahavir's belief in his daughters, despite all the obstacles, changed their lives and made history for India. Their story is not just about wrestling, it's about breaking barriers, challenging stereotypes, and proving that anyone can achieve greatness. Awesome stuff, guys. That was a quick look at today's story, the story of Dangal, okay? I believe Dangal means wrestle in Hindi. Is that right? I'm pretty sure that's where that word comes from. So what we're going to do now is jump into the vocabulary breakdown. There were probably some words and phrases that felt a little bit challenging in that story, right? So now we're going to take a close look at them, starting with here's the twist. Here's the twist. It's a phrase, a very useful phrase when you're telling a story in English. Okay, so here's the twist. You say that at the unexpected part of the story that changes everything. Okay, the surprising part in the story that you didn't expect. It's unexpected, right? You didn't expect it. The turn in the story. Okay, so these are synonyms or similar ways of expressing, of saying this idea. Here's the twist, okay? Antonyms or opposite words might be a predictable outcome. Predictable means you know what is going to happen. Okay, if you're watching a movie, you think, okay, these two, this man and this woman, they don't like each other right now, but I know they're going to end up together. They're going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. They're going to be involved with each other romantically, right? It's so predictable. It's so predictable. I don't even need to keep watching and I know what's going to happen, right? An outcome is a result. Yeah, so if the ending of a movie is predictable, then you knew what was going to happen all along. It was expected. You expected it to happen, okay? So anyway, those are antonyms or opposite ideas, opposite words, okay? But what we're talking about is an unexpected twist, okay? An unexpected development in the story. Development is just a fancy way of saying something happens, something big happens, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at this orange sentence, this orange example sentence. It's taken from today's story. Here's the twist. Mahavir didn't have sons, he had daughters. So in Mahavir's mind, right, he always expected to have sons. He always assumed, we could say assumed, he would have boys, right? When his wife gave birth, he would have boys, not girls. And here's the twist. Here's the twist. Here's the unexpected thing. Here's the part no one expected, right? He had daughters, not sons. So that's why we can use this expression. Here's the twist. Twist, right? Here's the thing you didn't expect, okay? Here's another example sentence unrelated to the story. Here's the twist. The hero was actually the villain all along. Ooh, wow, that sounds like an interesting story, right? You thought the hero was the hero, but actually, here's the twist. Here's the part you didn't expect. Here's the big reveal. A big secret is exposed or revealed or shown, right? Here's the big reveal. Here's the twist. Actually, the hero was the villain all along. What's a villain? The bad guy, right? Hero's the good guy, villain's the bad guy. So down here, you guys know I love to draw pictures. I'm going to draw a picture of Mahavir from our story, okay? And I don't really know what he looks like, but maybe something like this. And Mahavir is daydreaming about a baby boy, right? A baby boy. And, he loves that idea of having a baby boy. But what actually happens, here's a picture of him looking shocked, right? He's really shocked. Oh no. He's really unhappy with this turn of events, with this big reveal. What he actually gets is a baby girl, right? So here's a baby girl, and he is not happy about that. Now, if you guys are members on my channel and you are following along at home with your PDF, all members on my channel get PDFs for my lessons, by the way, then you can draw this picture or you can draw something else that helps you better remember this expression. All right, let's move on to the next one. Our next word, our second word, is defy. Defy. Okay, it's a verb. It means to go against something or someone. To go against. We could also say to challenge something or someone, to resist something or someone, to oppose something or someone, to take a stand against. Maybe we could also say take a stand. You stand up to something. You stand up against something, okay? Basically, there is a person or an idea that you disagree with. You don't agree with this idea, so you decide to defy it. You say, I don't like this. I disagree. I'm challenging this. I'm resisting this. I'm opposing this. I'm going against this. I'm taking a stand against this, okay? Those are all synonyms. Antonyms, opposite ideas, opposite words might be to obey, to do what someone says, to follow, to be a follower. We might also say to be a sheeple. That's kind of a fun word. A sheeple. It's like people plus sheep, right? You don't want to be sheeple. You don't want to be a follower. You want to be able to think for yourself, right? Comply. Comply, to agree, to obey, to follow. These are all antonyms. They mean the opposite of defy. So let's take a look at the two example sentences, right? Orange from the story. Mahavir defied society's expectations by training his daughters to wrestle. Okay, now maybe we should talk about wrestling. Do you guys know what wrestling is? It's a combat sport, right? So two people are struggling against each other. They want to pin the other person down on the ground, right? If you can flip the other person or slam them or pin them down on the ground, then you get some points, okay? So it's a very, very intense physical combat sport, and that's why traditionally it was done by men. But in this story, we can see that the father of these two girls, Mahavir, he is defying society's expectations. Society, the world we live in. The world we live in. Okay, the world we live in and the rules of that society, the expectations of that society, the way society wants us to be, and the things that society wants us to say and do, right? Mahavir defied these expectations of society, right? How did he do that? He did that by training his daughters to wrestle. Yeah, very seldom seen. Seldom seen. Very rare to see. Rare to see, right? You don't see it every day. You definitely don't see it every day. And this story is from India many years ago. So back then, it was especially rare. It was extra rare. All right, here's another example sentence unrelated to today's story. She decided to defy the odds and start her own business. Okay. She decided to defy the odds. Yeah, okay. Maybe the odds are stacked against her. The odds are stacked against her. Okay. That means her chances of success are very low, very slim. Very marginal chances for success, very low chances of succeeding, right? She wants to start her own business. Well, sorry to tell you this, most new businesses fail. So the odds are against her. It's not looking good. But she decides to defy these odds, these chances. She's going to challenge these chances, oppose these chances, resist these chances. She's going to stand up and say, I'm going to start my own business anyway. Okay, I have kind of a funny idea for a picture here. I'm going to draw a mother and father. Here's the mom, right? Here's the dad. And they really want their kid to eat healthy. So here's an apple on a plate. They want their kid to eat the apple, but the kid does not want to eat the apple. So what he's going to do is he's going to eat a candy bar instead. Look, here's a chocolate bar. He's going to defy his parents' wishes. That's another way we could use this word. You can defy someone's wishes. In other words, you can say no to the thing they want you to do, right? There is a thing someone wants you to do. You do not comply. You do not obey. You resist and you defy their wishes. Moving right along here. Oh, oh my gosh, my voice. Needed a little coffee there. My voice is starting to sound crazy. Another really useful word that we saw in this story is mock. Mock. Now, even if you know what this is, let's keep watching because it's always good to stretch our understanding and usage of words that we think we know, right? You can always find a new way to use something. Here's what it means to make fun of someone or something in a cruel way, right? In a really mean way. Cruel just means mean, like you are hurting someone and you don't even care, right? You have no sympathy for them. You have no empathy for them. Some synonyms might be to ridicule someone, to taunt someone, to tease someone. We could also say make fun. If you make fun of someone, right? And we have our opposite words as well. We have, on the opposite side, instead of making fun of someone or taunting or teasing or ridiculing or mocking them, maybe you praise them. Maybe you support them. Maybe you respect them. These are all really positive ways of interacting with someone, interacting or dealing with somebody, right? When you're talking to them, when you are, hanging out with them, if you praise them, you say good things about them. If you support them, then you help them. If you respect them, then that's a sign that you care about what they think and you value who they are and what they think, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about mocking someone. And if you mock someone, you do not help them, right? You do not help them. You do not say good things about them. You do not value them as a person. In fact, just the opposite. You make fun of them. You're mean to them. So let's take a look at the orange example sentence from our story. The village mocked Mahavir for training his daughters. Mahavir has this big dream. He was a pro wrestler, a professional wrestler, and he had this big dream of getting a gold medal for India, right? He wanted sons to help him achieve that dream. He had daughters instead of sons, so he's training the daughters. And, this is very unconventional, as we talked about. This doesn't really happen in Indian society, especially back then. So the village or the small city where he lived, they mocked him. They made fun of him. They said, Mahavir, I hope I'm saying that name correctly, by the way. They say, Mahavir, you look ridiculous. Mahavir, you are a fool for doing what you're doing. You are really just an embarrassment. You are an embarrassment. You look ridiculous, right? So he got no support. He got no praise. He got no respect from the villagers. In fact, just the opposite. They ridiculed, teased, taunted, and mocked him. Now, taking a look at the green example sentence, he was mocked by his classmates for being different. Okay, maybe this boy we're talking about, he's different in a way that his classmates can't accept, or they are unwilling to accept. Maybe his classmates are being a bit close-minded, It's possible the boy has a learning disability. He has some kind of physical, a deformity or something like this. He's handicapped, or maybe he's gay, or maybe he's too short or too tall or too fat or too skinny. According to them, too tall, too short, too fat, too skinny, right? So whatever the reason is, he's mocked by his classmates. They make fun of him. They put him down. They put him down, right? They don't lift him up. They put him down. Okay, and in fact, I think that is the picture I would like to draw today. I'm going to draw some really mean-looking classmates. They're laughing and they're pointing. There's one. Here's another one laughing and pointing, not in a fun way, but in a very mean-spirited way. Mean-spirited. That means, your heart is not in the right place. Your thoughts, your actions, your intentions are not in the right place. You are doing it not to have fun. You're laughing not out of a place of fun, but coming from a place of cruelty, right? And we have a classmate here who the classmate has a very long nose, okay? And so his classmates are making fun of him. There's a tear rolling down his cheek. Oh, I feel bad for this kid. He's being mocked. He's being taunted because of his nose, teased, ridiculed, made fun of. This poor kid. Flying along, one more thing I'd like to talk about here in the vocab breakdown before we go back to the story for the deep dive. It's an idiom. You guys know I love idioms or expressions, sayings, right? I think they're so cool. This is one of the best parts of learning English is the idioms. They are so fun, right? So when push comes to shove, that's what we're talking about. This is, a really spoken English expression, a very colloquial expression, something people really say, okay? So what does it mean? The moment when decisions or actions must be made. In other words, at the crucial moment, at the pivotal moment, in a crisis, when you have to act in a crisis, okay? Let's take a look at these example sentences first to see if we can't understand a little bit better. When push came to shove, Mahavir's belief in his daughters made history. Okay? When push comes to shove, true leaders step up to the challenge. This is a great one right here. Let's focus on this. When push comes to shove, true leaders step up to the challenge. Yeah, anyone can say they are a leader. Anyone can put themselves in the position of being a leader when times are easy. Okay? In easy times when there are no challenges to their leadership, to their way of leading, then it's really easy for them to say, of course I'm a leader. Look at me. I am a leader and I lead and I'm good at leading because they're not being challenged, right? It's only when times get tough, when there is a big crisis, a huge problem, a really serious situation, that a true leader will step up. A true leader will prove their worth. In a crisis, when push comes to shove, a true leader will step up to the challenge. Okay, so for the picture here, I'd like to revisit our previous illustration, okay? And remember in the last illustration, we had some school bullies making fun of a kid with a big nose, right? Well, here's that kid with the big nose, and he's over here, and he's got a best friend. Look at this, a best friend, and this guy is gonna stand up for him, okay? We can see that he's putting his hands on his hips. He's saying, stop it. You guys, knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. What does that mean? That means quit doing this bad thing. Stop doing this bad thing. Knock it off, right? So when push came to shove, he proved himself to be a loyal friend. When push came to shove, he proved that he was a good friend to his buddy over here, the guy with the big nose, okay? When push came to shove, when his friend needed him most, he stepped up as a true friend. Wow, that was a really intense vocabulary breakdown. There was a lot that we learned there, so if you guys are still with me, give yourself a pat on the back because you're doing terrific, and you should feel proud because if you're still watching, then that means you are taking your English learning journey seriously and you are willing to make a big time and energy investment in yourself and in your future. Okay, now with parts 1 and 2 of today's video out of the way, let's go back to the story for the deep dive going sentence by sentence. Let's go. Have you ever had a dream that seemed impossible because no one around you believed in it? Okay, yeah, this should be pretty clear, I think, to us. It's asking a question to the audience. Have you ever had a dream? And the dream, it seemed or it felt impossible. It felt like it couldn't be done. Why did it feel like it couldn't be done? Because no one around you believed. Maybe they didn't think you could do it. So maybe that's true for you guys. You can let me know in the comments. Have you ever been in that kind of a situation where you wanted to do something, but no one around you supported you? No one around you believed in you? You can let me know in the comments. This is the story of Mahavir Singh Phogat. Once again, I'm so sorry if I get this name wrong. This is a pretty foreign name to me, so I'm trying my best. Anyway, we'll call him Mahavir, right? He's a man who defied all odds. Well, he defied all odds to do what? To turn his daughters into world-class wrestlers. Okay, let's start with that. If you are a world-class wrestler, that means you are one of the best wrestlers in the world. If you are a world-class chef, that means you're one of the best cooks in the world. I know that my students here on this channel are world-class students, right? You guys are some of the best students in the world, okay? And his daughters, he wants to turn them into world-class wrestlers, okay? In a society, yeah, what's the environment he wants to do this in? It's not a great environment because he's in a society that didn't believe women belonged in the wrestling ring. In this time and place, people more so believed that women belonged in these very diminutive, demure roles. In other words, they shouldn't get in the way of men and of what men want to do, right? They believe that, women should take care of the kids and should do the cooking and maybe have some smaller roles in society, but leave all the exciting stuff to men, right? Now remember, Mahavir was a former wrestler. A former wrestler. That means he used to be a wrestler, not anymore, who never got the chance to win a gold medal for India. Yeah, that was a dream of his that never came to fruition. Never came to fruition. Okay? If something comes to fruition, then it is realized. It is made real. It is turned into reality, right? But his dream of winning a gold medal for India, it never came to fruition. It was never realized. It never came true. But he didn't let that dream die. He kept that dream alive by deciding, he made this decision that his future sons would fulfill this dream. His future sons would fulfill this dream. They would make it a reality. They would bring it to fruition, okay? They would realize this dream in his place or for him. Here's the twist, though. We talked about this, right? Here's the part in the story that no one expected. Mahavir didn't have sons. Instead, he had daughters. So that was the big twist. That was the unexpected turn in the story. In a country where girls were expected to stay at home and get married very early at that, right? Mahavir, he dared to train his daughters. Here they are, number 1, Gita, number 2, Babita, right? So fun to say these names, Gita and Babita, Gita and Babita. I love that. He dared to train his daughters. He dared to train them. He stood up against these societal expectations of him and his family. These societal expectations for him and his family. Both are okay. Both ways of saying that are correct, right? Of his family, expectations of someone or expectations for someone, they mean the same thing. So anyway, he defied these expectations. He decides to train his daughters. Train them to do what? not to get married, not to stay home and take care of the kids, but to become wrestlers. Do something bold and daring that traditionally men did, not women. Now, at first, the entire village mocked him. They sneered, right? They laughed and prodded at him, taunted him in a nasty, mean-spirited, cold-hearted way, right? They couldn't understand why he was making his girls do what was considered a man's job. Okay, I think that should be pretty clear to us. But Mahavir was determined and he didn't give up. And it's great that he didn't give up because otherwise we wouldn't have a good story to tell and learn about, would we? Yeah. It's a good thing that he was determined. He had drive. He wasn't going to give up. It wasn't an option for him, right? Yeah, even though his neighbors and the other villagers, they sneered at him and mocked him and ridiculed him and taunted him, he didn't let it get to him. What does that mean? He didn't let it get to him. That means he didn't allow it to affect him. He didn't allow their opinions and what they thought about him to matter. He said, I don't care what you think. I'm going to do this. I'm determined to make this happen. So he put his daughters through intense training. Yeah, not just any sort of training, not just any kind of training, but very intense training. So it was very difficult, in other words. He often pushed them harder than they thought they could handle. Okay, so he pushed them beyond their limits, right? He was so determined that he knew he couldn't go easy on them. He couldn't go easy on them. He really needed to push them to better themselves, to improve themselves. Because remember, they're going to be competing with men, and sometimes these men were big, tough, strong guys. So he needed to toughen these girls up as well. The girls faced many challenges, including a lack of support and harsh criticism. Yeah, no one supported them. No one believed in them besides Mahavir, their father, right? And, even their mom, I remember in the movie, was pretty against this idea. The mom was like, come on, don't do this, Mahavir. Let's just, marry the girls off to a nice family, or maybe we could send them to school, but Mahavir says, give me 1 year. I remember this from the movie Mahavir. He says, give me 1 year. And if I can't make this happen in 1 year, I will give up on my dreams of wrestling forever. Okay? So these two girls, they don't get support from anyone but Mahavir, their father. And they also receive a lot of harsh criticism. People really have a lot of nasty, mean, hurtful things to say about them. Everyone's laughing at them, but they never gave up. Gita and Babita didn't just learn to wrestle, they became champions. Yeah, okay, they didn't just make a half effort. They didn't just become, decent or okay wrestlers. They became incredible athletes, incredible champions. Gita went on to win India's first ever gold medal in women's wrestling at the Commonwealth Games. Yeah, so Gita went on to win. That means, she kept going, and eventually she had this big success, this big victory at the Commonwealth Games, this big tournament, basically, right? And this was a really emotional part in the movie because remember, this is the first ever gold medal in women's wrestling, and it was very challenging. It was a very difficult journey getting there. But there's more good news. Babita, the other sister, followed in her footsteps with her own successes. So they both became very successful champions. They became incredibly talented, gifted pro wrestlers. When push came to shove, when times got tough, Mahavir's belief in his daughters, despite or in spite of all the obstacles, all of the barriers, all of the people and ideas and expectations, trying to hold them down, trying to hold them back from achieving success. Despite all of that, they changed their lives and made history for India. So we have a very happy ending to the story. Their story is not just about wrestling. No, it's about breaking barriers, breaking through obstacles, okay? Challenging stereotypes. What's a stereotype? This is a pretty big word, a pretty big idea, but very simply put, a stereotype is an idea that you have about a group of people, about the way they are. And oftentimes it's not true. Just as an example, women are bad drivers. That's a stereotype, right? But it's not a great idea to generalize. Another way to think about it might be generalizing. If you generalize about a group of people, you say, everyone in this group is this way, right? Everyone in this group is a certain way. Well, that might not be true. There are always outliers. There are always, exceptions, okay? And so you have to be very careful when you stereotype people because, yeah, it could be true. I'll admit that. It could be true, but, oftentimes it's not true. Anyway, and proving that anyone can achieve greatness. Anyone can have greatness. Anyone can bring their dream of greatness to fruition. They can realize their dream of greatness. Wow, guys, I love this story. It's so good, and you should really check out the movie. Okay, we just finished the deep dive. And if you're still with me, then let's move on and get some spoken English practice in as well. So here is a discussion question, a question that I have designed to help us reflect on this story and the themes of this story, or the ideas that we saw in this story, and dissect them or take a closer look at them. Hopefully, we'll be able to talk about them too. Right? And bonus points if you can use one of today's vocab words, right? So here's the question. What is a societal norm, should be norm, sorry about that you think is wrong and important to speak out against? What is a societal norm? Or in other words, something that is normal in society, you think it's wrong, and it's important to speak out against that idea or speak up against that idea. Now, I'm going to go first because this is a really big question and really difficult to answer, but I want you guys to push yourselves and really try. We are going to speak for a full minute. I want you to fill up that minute with your speech, with your ideas, with your response to this. So I'll go first and show you what I'd like you guys to try and do. Yeah, okay, so what is a societal norm that I think is wrong and I think is important to defy? Right? There's a vocab word, to defy, to speak out against. Well, I think one norm in society, coming from a male perspective, coming from a man's viewpoint, a man's perspective, is that men need to be these kind of Clint Eastwood style figures, very emotionless and strong, and they never show any signs of weakness. Right? I think that's really hurtful. And I think there are a lot of men who suffer from that stereotype of men, from that expectation for men, right? So that's something I want to speak out against. It's not wrong to be emotional as a man, to cry as a man, to show your soft side, your vulnerable side as a man. Okay, that was my 1 minute response to this big, crazy, difficult question. Now it's your turn. I know it seems scary and intimidating, but I believe in you. You can do it. Push yourselves. Go ahead. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Super Sentences, the best series on YouTube for improving your spoken English skills and confidence. If you've been here before and you already know how it works, then feel free to skip ahead to the lesson. But if it's your first time here, let me explain how it works. We're going to start with a simple sentence, something basic, something easy, something we can all say comfortably. Then we are going to stretch that little sentence level by level, making it longer and more advanced. You can practice saying these sentences out loud. You can shadow me. In other words, try to say what I say in the same way that I say it, or you can pause the video and repeat after me. So why are we doing this? Well, Super Sentences trains your brain to speak longer, more complex sentences. In daily life, we do not get many opportunities to speak at length. We usually speak in short, choppy sentences, and this is not great for growing our spoken English skills, right? But today, we're going to fix that together. Click like on this video, leave me a comment, maybe even become a channel member. These are your ways to support me as your YouTube English teacher. And let's jump in. The title of today's story is An American Road Trip, Cruising to the Grand Canyon. Now, I want to let you guys know, usually my super sentences are done in present tense, but today we're taking a look at past tense, so it's going to be slightly different than usual. I've also included lots of slang, colloquial expressions, native sayings in today's episode to help you sound more like a native. Let's start with level 1, nice, slow, easy read. Remember, you can say it with me or pause the video and repeat after me. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. One more time, medium speed. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. Okay, so we've got some characters introduced here. Emma, she's going to be the main character, but we've also got her friends. They made a decision. Yeah, they decided to do something. Now, what did they decide to do? They decided to hit the road. But what does that mean? Maybe you guys know this, maybe you don't. It's our first of many colloquial expressions or native expressions that we're going to take a look at today. If you hit the road, that means that you embark on a journey. You take off on a journey. You set off on a journey. Basically, you start a journey or a trip. Yeah, so we can't really use this expression if we're taking a very short trip. For example, if you're going to the grocery store down the street, we cannot say, time to hit the road. It sounds a little weird, but if you are taking a longer trip, maybe going on vacation, taking a road trip, you're headed to the airport, something like this, then we can say, all right, guys, let's hit the road. It's time to hit the road. Let's say this again a couple more times at a quick speed. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. One more. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. One thing I want you guys to pay attention to here is how I pronounce this word. It sounds a little bit like "tuh," right? Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. To hit the road. I wouldn't say decided to hit the road. It just takes too much energy. Native speakers are often lazy when we speak and we find shortcuts. So this is a shortcut. To hit the road. To hit the road. Level 2, we have leveled up here, and as you can see, some blue text has been added to the super sentence. We have stretched it longer. So let's begin with a slow read of level 2. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip. Here's another fantastic native expression, to stock up on something. What does it mean to stock up on something? They got a lot of snacks, a lot of drinks. They are definitely not going to run out. right? They are not going to run out. They're not going to eat all the snacks and drink all the drinks because they purchased or bought so many. They really stocked up. One more time, quick speed, then we'll level up again. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip. Level 3, we've stretched the sentence even longer. Let's skip the slow read and go right to the medium. Are you ready? Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out. Okay, there's already a lot going on here. Emma and her friends, they made a decision. A decision to what? A decision to hit the road and go on a trip, a road trip. So what did they do? They stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, right? They got all of the food and drinks they could possibly want on the trip. And then they filled up the tank. Yeah, they filled the tank, the gas tank of their car, made sure they had plenty of gas or gasoline, right, before heading out. Another great expression here, to head out means to leave, to embark, to take off. To get going might be another way to say this. Basically, they left for the trip. They started the trip. They headed out. One more time, quick speed, and then we'll level up. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out. Level 4, this super sentence is starting to get a bit long. Let's begin with a medium read. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway. Okay, awesome. Another expression here, to blast tunes, means to play music and to play it very loudly. We could also say crank tunes or crank up the tunes, crank up the music, right? So they're blasting their favorite songs, they're cranking up their favorite music, their favorite songs as they do what? As they left the driveway. One more time, quick speed, here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway. Level 5, are you ready? Medium speed. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, and swapped stories to pass the time. So this is something else they were doing. They were swapping stories in order to pass the time. So what does it mean if you swap stories? Well, to swap is kind of like to share stories or exchange stories, right? I tell you a story, you tell me a story. We are swapping stories. They were doing this in order to pass the time. I'm guessing you guys probably know what this means, to pass the time. You know, they are on this road trip and they have some time to kill. Yeah, time to kill. They have some empty time. They don't know what to do with it. They're looking for some ways to kill this time or pass this time, get through this time, right? This period of time. So in order to do that, they decide to swap stories. I tell you a story, you tell me a story. Again, quick speed, here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway and swapped stories to pass the time. We are officially halfway through today's super sentence. If you're still with me, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. It's important to stop and congratulate ourselves on the progress we are making, on the effort we are putting into our studies. If you guys are still with me, then that tells me you are trying hard and you take your English seriously. So as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. Keep going. Medium speed read, here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get. Okay, so what else were Emma and her friends doing? They were cracking up at inside jokes. To crack up, that's another really native expression. It means to laugh at something and to laugh very hard, right? We could also say to split your sides laughing. You are laughing so hard that it hurts to laugh almost. What are they laughing at? They are laughing at inside jokes. And we have an explanation for inside jokes down here. They were laughing at inside jokes that no one else would get. An inside joke is like a secret joke or a private joke between you and someone you're very close with. Maybe my friend and I have an inside joke. We walk up to each other, we look each other in the eyes, and we say, "Hey, remember the ladder?" And we both start laughing. We both crack up. We both split our sides laughing. But you are standing there like, huh? The ladder? What are they talking about? You don't get it because this is an inside joke, right? One more time, quick speed, and then we will level up. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get. Level 7, let's jump in with a medium speed read. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions. Okay, so this is telling us the different things they did on the road trip, right? They're not just cracking up at inside jokes, they're also pointing out random sights that they see as they drive along. Maybe they see a cow, they point it out. They say, "Oh, look, a cow." Maybe they see a funky roadside attraction. What does that mean? This is something that you see a lot in the United States, where I'm from. I'm not sure if you see this in other countries so much, but a funky roadside attraction is like something that you drive by that catches your attention because it's very special, very unique, maybe very odd, very weird. For example, maybe you are driving on a road trip in the United States and you see a sign, right? You drive past a sign. The sign says, "Check out this museum up ahead to see the world's largest rubber band ball," right? A ball of rubber bands that is the size of a boulder, something like that, right? It's kind of odd, it's kind of weird, kind of funky, right? It's like fun, but weird at the same time. Are there funky roadside attractions in your home country? I have no idea. You can let me know down in the comment section. One more time, quick speed, let's go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions. Level 8, guys, we're getting so close to the end of the super sentence. Let's just jump right in. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. So they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so what did they do after, swapping stories, cracking up at inside jokes, pointing out random things they saw? The next thing they did was stop to grab burgers at a tiny diner. Okay, so they're going to grab burgers. That's a very native way to just say get burgers, to get some food, to grab some food, right? Now, this tiny diner was in the middle of nowhere. Love this expression, the middle of nowhere. So there's really nothing else around. There are no people. There are no stores, no shops, nothing like that. In American culture, a diner is like a small, retro, old school style restaurant where you can get a lot of classic American dishes, especially breakfast foods, right? A stack of pancakes, bacon, hash browns, scrambled eggs, maybe a milkshake or a malt or a root beer float, these kinds of things. All right, quick speed, and then we will level up again. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere. Level 9, let's just jump in. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon. All right, so it looks like the Grand Canyon was their final destination. Yeah, the last stop on their trip. So they wanted to make sure that they caught the sunset at the Grand Canyon. What does it mean to catch a sunset? It doesn't mean to literally reach out and grab it, right? It means to see it before it disappears, before the sun goes down. So they are racing to get there, right? They are racing to get there because they don't want the sun to set before they get there. One more time, quick speed, and then we will level up to the final level of today's super sentence. Ready? Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon. Whew. Is this the longest sentence you guys have ever spoken? If it is, down in the comments section, type new record. All right, guys, here we are at level 10, the final boss of today's video. Don't give up now. Push yourself, and let's tackle this with a medium speed read. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon, where they sat on the edge of the cliffs, completely in awe, and agreed that it was the best road trip they had ever taken. If you are able to make it through this level 10 super sentence, then your English is amazing, because this is quite the mouthful. It is very difficult, even for a native speaker, to talk all the way through this entire sentence. Here at the end, we see that they decided to sit on the edge of the cliffs, right? So if this is a cliff, they decided to sit right on the edge. A little dangerous, if you ask me, but you know, different folks, different strokes. What I like might not be what you like, right? They are completely in awe as they are watching the sunset, right? And they agreed that it was the best road trip they had ever taken. Great. So everyone had an awesome time on this road trip. Wonderful. One more time, guys. Let's push ourselves through this level 10 super sentence. Push yourself through, but don't go away afterwards, because I have a few more activities planned. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon, where they sat on the edge of the cliffs, completely in awe, and agreed that it was the best road trip they had ever taken. So these guys are in awe, right? They are amazed at the sights before them, just like I am in awe of all of my students who managed to make it through this level. At the end of today's video, we are going to have a little speaking cool down practice, but I want to give you guys a chance to rest just for a minute here. So let's review some of the slang and native expressions we saw in today's story. All you need to do is sit back and listen. Hit the road means to start your trip. Remember, let's hit the road early to get a head start, right? You don't want to be late. You don't want to get stuck in traffic or anything like that. So maybe if you hit the road early, you can get a head start. If you leave early, you can arrive early. Fill up the tank is another useful expression here. It means to get gas for the car. Here's an example. We need to fill up the tank before we run out. Ooh, maybe you are in the middle of a road trip and you realize that you are low on gas. Maybe we could even say you are running on fumes. Running on fumes, another native expression meaning that the gas is nearly gone. We can also say running on fumes for food if you're really hungry, right? Maybe you've been working all day and you've barely eaten. Somebody says, hey, you look tired. You look exhausted. You can say, yeah, man, I'm running on fumes. I'm running on fumes. I do not have a lot of gas in the tank, right? It means I don't have a lot of energy left. Another expression was blasting tunes, meaning playing music loudly. We were blasting tunes the whole way there. And then finally, we talked about cracking up, meaning laughing a lot. We kept cracking up at all the silly things we said. In the story, they were cracking up at inside jokes no one else would understand. And here we are at the final part of today's video, the speaking cool down. What I'm going to do is ask you a question, and we are going to push ourselves to speak out loud and talk for a full minute in response to that question. So here's the question. What's your dream road trip? You know, talk about where would you want to go? Who would you want to take with you? Maybe what would you want to do on the trip? Are there some activities you would want to do? or would you want to just chill and relax? Guys, push yourself to speak out loud for 1 minute, or if you are currently in an environment where you cannot talk out loud, then, take this time to share your answer in the comment section. I'm going to go first to give you a demonstration of what I would like you to try and do. Here's my minute. Here I go. It's weird, actually. I'm an American, born and raised in the Midwest in the United States. That's where I'm from, where I grew up. But actually, I have never taken the Great American Road Trip. My wife is Chinese, and she has taken the Great American Road Trip. Maybe it's less interesting to Americans than it is to foreigners, but it is still something on my bucket list. Something I would like to do in my life. I would love to rent a car, take my wife with me, stock up on snacks and drinks, just like we saw in the story, and crank up the tunes, blast the tunes, hit the road, and really go and experience the Great American Road Trip. That's something I would love to do if I get the chance. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute and really try to fill it up. If it feels like you don't know what to say, just give some details. Describe the car, describe the place, describe the food, describe who you're with. The important thing is to not stop talking. All right, go ahead. As always, I want to give a big thank you to my channel members. These guys make my work possible. What do they receive for becoming a channel member? Well, they get PDFs for all of my videos, perfect for previewing a lesson if you want to watch it later, or reviewing a lesson to make sure you don't forget what you studied. They also get hours of bonus videos. Yeah, exclusive content only available for my members. And I think, most excitingly, they get access to my English book club. Every month we read an easy English book together. I provide a study guide that helps them understand the book, and they submit essays for me to read and give writing feedback on. At the end of every month, I post a video discussing the book to help us understand it at a deeper level. All of that is just the price of a cup of coffee. It really helps me out. It really supports me because I'm just one guy. I don't have a team of people. I write all the scripts for my videos. I record them myself. I edit. I post them myself. I do everything myself. So this support goes a long way with me. The more supporters I get, the more videos I can make, and the higher quality the videos will be. Plus, it's an investment in yourself and your future as an English speaker. If you would like to become a member, I would appreciate it so much. Just click the join button here on YouTube or go to my Patreon. And to everyone who's already a member, thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. You know that it means the world to me. Welcome back to all of my amazing students and subscribers. Today, we will practice our English listening skills with 60 short stories. That's right, 60 stories. I know, that's a lot. Here's how it works. The The stories will start out easy and slowly increase in difficulty from Sefer A1 level all the way to C2. Pay attention as you listen to each story, then answer a question about it. And if you want an extra challenge, only listen to my voice, don't read the words. Increase the video speed to 1.25 or 1.5 speed, or the hardest one, pause and summarize the stories to practice your speaking skills. Starting off with our first story here, remember guys, pay attention as I read the story to you, answer the question, and try to watch this video all the way through. See how many of the questions you can get correct. The red balloon. A little girl named Mia got a big red balloon from her dad. She held it tightly as they walked to the park. The balloon was almost as tall as her. Mia loved watching it bounce in the wind. She saw her friend Sam and waved to him. Suddenly, the balloon slipped out of her hand and floated up, up, up into the sky. Mia and Sam watched it get smaller and smaller until it was gone. All right, so here's my question for you guys. Based on that story, let's see how well you paid attention. Why did the balloon float away? Why did the balloon float away? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is because Mia let go of it. Moving on to story number 2, Ben's Big Sandwich. Here we go. Ben was very hungry, so he decided to make a big sandwich for lunch. He got 2 slices of bread, added some ham, a slice of cheese, and 3 slices of tomato. He also put a little bit of mustard and lettuce on top. Ben's sandwich was so big that he could barely hold it with both hands. He took a big bite and was happy with his delicious lunch. Okay, here's the question. How many slices of tomato did Ben put in his sandwich? How many slices of tomato did Ben put in his sandwich? Answer in 3, 2, 1. 3 slices is the correct answer. Moving on to our third easy A1 level story, the green bicycle. Here we go. Emma got a new bicycle for her birthday. It was green and had shiny silver wheels. She rode it to the park every day. Her dog, Max, ran beside her, trying to keep up. One day, Emma went so fast that Max had to stop and take a break under a big tree. She waited for Max and gave him a bowl of water to drink. Here's my question for you. Why did Max stop running? Why did Max stop running? In 3, 2, 1. Because Emma was going too fast is the answer. Story number 4, Leo's blue kite. Let's take a listen. Leo loved flying his kite in the open field. His kite was bright blue with yellow stripes. One windy afternoon, he ran as fast as he could, holding the string tightly. The kite went high up in the sky, spinning and dancing in the wind. Leo felt happy watching it fly so high. Suddenly, the wind stopped and the kite started to fall slowly back down. Here's my question for you guys. What colors were on Leo's kite? What were those colors on his kite? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is blue with yellow stripes. Story number 5, Sarah's lost shoe. Let's take a listen. Sarah was at the beach, playing near the water. She wore a blue shirt, white shorts, and red shoes. She ran along the shore, but one of her shoes fell off and got washed away by a wave. Sarah searched and searched, but the shoe was gone. She walked back to her mom, one shoe missing, and a big smile on her face. Here's my question for you guys. What color were Sarah's shoes? What color were her shoes? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is red. Sarah had red shoes. If you got that right, you were listening well. Story number 6, the yellow umbrella. Are you ready to listen? Anna took her yellow umbrella out because it was raining. She walked through the city, listening to the raindrops hit her umbrella. As she crossed the street, she saw a small brown puppy sitting in the rain. Anna stopped, held her umbrella over the puppy, and waited for the rain to stop. The puppy looked up at her and wagged its tail. My question for you guys is, why did Anna stop walking? Why did she stop walking? In 3, 2, 1. She stopped to help the puppy stay dry. Did you get it right? Story number 7, Tom's Big Snowman. Tom loved snow, so he decided to make a big snowman in his backyard. He rolled 3 big snowballs, each one smaller than the last, to make the snowman's body. For the face, he used 2 black buttons for eyes, a small carrot for the nose, and some rocks for the mouth. He found a blue scarf and wrapped it around the snowman's neck. When he was done, he felt proud of his creation. My question for you guys is, what did Tom use for the snowman's nose? Yeah, he was using different materials to build this snowman. What material did he use for the nose? In 3, 2, 1, a carrot. Classic. Story 8, Lily's pink dress. Lily went to a party in her favorite dress. It was pink with little white flowers all over it. She wore matching pink shoes and a sparkly headband. At the party, she danced with her friends and had a lot of fun. When it was time to leave, she didn't want to go home because she was having such a good time. My question for you guys is, what color were the flowers on Lily's dress? What color are the flowers? In 3, 2, 1, white. Lily has white flowers on her dress. Story number 9 is called The Orange Cat. Let's jump in. Jake was walking home when he saw an orange cat sitting on a fence. The cat looked friendly, so he walked closer to it. The cat meowed, meow, and jumped down to greet him. Jake pet the cat and noticed it had green eyes and a small bell on its collar. After a few minutes, the cat ran off down the street. My question is, what sound did the cat make when Jake got closer? Yeah, when Jake approached the cat, when he got closer to it, what sound did it make? In 3, 2, 1, the cat meowed. I would be surprised if it did anything other than meow, to be honest with you. Story number 10, this is the final easy A1 level story. After this, it's going to start getting more difficult. This story is called Sam's Painting. Let's take a look. Sam loved to paint. Today, he painted a picture of a sunset. He used red, orange, and purple to make the sky look beautiful. In the middle, he painted a big yellow sun. Around the sun, he added some small white clouds. When he finished, he showed his mom, who smiled and told him it was his best painting yet. Here's my question. Who did Sam show his painting to when he was finished? Yes, Sam finished the painting. He completed his work. Then he showed it to someone. Who did he show it to? In 3, 2, 1, he showed it to his mom. Okay, guys, we've leveled up from A1 level stories to A2 level stories. So the difficulty has increased a little bit. Let's take a look at story number 11, The Picnic Surprise. Lily and her friends planned a picnic at the park. They packed sandwiches, fruit, and a big chocolate cake. When they arrived, they found a nice spot under a large tree. Just as they were about to eat, A playful squirrel came down from the tree, grabbed an apple, and ran off. Everyone laughed, and they continued enjoying their picnic with a funny story to tell. Here's the question: what did the squirrel take from Lily and her friends? Yeah, that squirrel grabbed something and made off with it, ran off with it. What was it? In 3, 2, 1, an apple. Story 12, the missing puzzle piece. Jack spent hours working on a 500-piece puzzle of a beautiful mountain. When he was almost done, he realized one piece was missing. He searched under the table, on the floor, and in his drawers. Finally, he found the missing piece stuck to the bottom of his sock. He finished the puzzle and felt proud of his work. My question is, where did Jack find the missing puzzle piece? Yeah, he misplaced one of the pieces. He can't find it. He's looking for it. Where did he find it? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is it was stuck to the bottom of his sock. Did you guys get that right? Story 13, the broken clock. Mia had a big round clock in her living room, but it suddenly stopped working. She tried changing the batteries, but it still didn't move. She decided to take it to the repair shop nearby. The repairman told her it needed a new part. A few days later, Mia picked up the fixed clock and hung it back up on the wall. My question is, where did Mia take her clock to get it fixed? Yeah, where do you take a broken clock? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is to a repair shop. Repair means to fix, right? Story 14, the lost scarf. Emma loved her red scarf and wore it everywhere. One chilly day, she went to the library, but when she left, she realized her scarf was gone. She went back inside and searched the shelves and tables. A librarian found it hanging on a chair and returned it to her. Emma was happy to have it back. The question is, who helped Emma find her scarf? Who was the one who helped her locate or track down, we could also say, her scarf? In 3, 2, 1, the answer is the librarian. Story 15, the school talent show. David was nervous about performing in his school's talent show. He practiced singing every night and invited his family to watch. When his turn came, he stood on the stage, took a deep breath, and started singing. La! The audience clapped loudly when he finished, and David felt proud of himself. This should be an easy one. My question is, what did David do in the talent show? What was his talent that he performed? In 3, 2, 1, he sang a song. Story 16, the beach cleanup. Sophia and her classmates decided to organize a beach cleanup. They brought gloves, bags, and wore old clothes. Together, they picked up plastic bottles, wrappers, and other trash left on the sand. After a few hours, the beach looked clean, and they were happy with their hard work. They even found a few seashells to keep as souvenirs or keepsakes. My question is, what did Sophia and her classmates do at the beach? What were they doing there? In 3, 2, 1, they picked up trash in order to clean up the beach. We could also say tidy up the beach, T-I-D-Y, tidy up the beach. 17, the tomato garden. Alex's grandmother loved gardening and grew many vegetables. Alex helped her water the plants every weekend. One day, they noticed the tomatoes were finally ripe and red. Together, they picked the tomatoes, and his grandmother made a fresh salad for lunch. Alex felt proud to eat something he helped grow. My question for you is, what did Alex and his grandmother do when the tomatoes were ripe? When they saw the tomatoes were big and ripe, what action did they take? What did they do? And 3, 2, 1. They picked the tomatoes, of course. Story 18, The Lost Dog. One afternoon, Jamie's dog Max ran out of the yard and disappeared down the street. Jamie searched for hours, asking neighbors if they had seen him. Finally, he found Max sitting near a tree, looking a bit tired. Jamie hugged Max and took him home, feeling relieved to have his best friend back. Let's see if you were paying attention. Where did Jamie find his dog Max? Yeah, he was looking for him, tracking him down, searching for him. We could also say, where did he end up finding him? In 3, 2, 1, sitting near a tree, looking tired. Story 19, The Art Project. Bella's class was working on an art project for the school hallway. She decided to paint a big, colorful tree with her friends. They used green, brown, and yellow paints, and even added small red apples to the tree. When it was finished, their teacher praised them for their creativity and hard work. My question is, what did Bella and her friends paint in their art project? In 3, 2, 1, they painted a big, colorful tree. How are you guys doing? How many of these are you getting right? You can let me know down in the comments. Okay, guys, this is the final A2 level story, the bicycle race. After this, it's going to get even more challenging. Let's take a look. Evan entered a bicycle race with his friends. The racetrack was long and had a few hills. Evan pedaled as fast as he could and tried to stay ahead. Near the finish line, he was neck and neck with another rider, but managed to cross the line first. His friends cheered as he won the race, and he felt proud of his achievement. Here's the question. So there's this bicycle race, right? Who won the race? Who ended up winning the race? We could also say. Answer in 3, 2, 1, Evan. We've leveled up again. Story 21, The Mountain Hike. All right, let's take a read of this story. Alex and his family decided to go hiking on a sunny Saturday. They packed sandwiches, snacks, and plenty of water. The trail was steep, and after an hour, they took a break at a viewpoint overlooking a lake. Alex counted 3 eagles flying overhead, and his sister took pictures of the view. By the end of the hike, they were all tired, but happy to have reached the top. My question is, how many eagles did Alex see during the hike? Yeah, they saw these majestic birds, these eagles soaring overhead. How many of them were there? In 3, 2, 1, 3. These stories are getting harder. How are you guys doing? Are you starting to struggle? If this is starting to get difficult, remember that you can adjust the video speed or go back and listen again before I reveal the answer. Story 22, The Book Fair. Sophia's school held an annual book fair where students could buy new books and meet local authors. She had saved up her allowance and bought 2 novels, a comic book, and a coloring book for her little brother. Sophia even got a signed copy from one of her favorite authors. She left the fair with a big smile and a bag full of books. Here's a pretty tough question. How many books did Sophia buy? How well were you listening? In 3, 2, 1, 4 books, 2 novels, a comic book, and a coloring book. That makes 4. Story 23, The Lost Bracelet. We know what a bracelet is, right? A piece of jewelry that you wear on your wrist. Julia received a silver bracelet from her grandmother on her birthday. She wore it every day because it was special to her. One day, while she was playing soccer with her friends, she noticed the bracelet was missing. She searched the entire field with her friends, and finally, her best friend spotted it under a bench. Julia thanked her friends and promised to be more careful. Guys, where did Julia's friend find the bracelet? Where did they find this missing bracelet? In 3, 2, 1, under a bench. Story number 24, The Volunteer Day. You guys know what volunteering is, right? When you offer to help out with something for free. You give your assistance and you don't ask anything in return. David and his classmates volunteered at a local food bank. They helped organize cans, packed boxes, and served food to people in need. David was assigned to pack boxes, and by the end of the day, he had packed 30 boxes. He felt proud of his work and enjoyed helping others with his friends. How many boxes did David pack in 3, 2, 1, 30 boxes. Number 25, the rainy soccer match. Liam and his soccer team had a big match against a rival or enemy school. Just before the game started, it began to rain heavily. Despite the wet field, both teams played hard. Liam scored 1 goal, but his team still lost by 1 point. Even though they didn't win, the team celebrated afterward, knowing they had given their best effort. Ooh, tough question here. What was the difference in score between the two teams? What was the difference in score? In 3, 2, 1. 1 point. 1 point was the difference between the two teams' scores. 26, the art museum visit. Olivia's art class took a trip to the city's art museum. The guide showed them famous paintings, sculptures, and even a room with modern art pieces. Olivia's favorite painting was a large one that showed a beautiful forest. She counted 4 deer in the painting and pointed it out to her friends. She left the museum feeling inspired to create her own art. How many deer did Olivia see in the painting? In 3, 2, 1, she saw 4 deer. 27, the science fair. Lily spent weeks preparing her science fair project about volcanoes. She built a model volcano and used baking soda and vinegar to make it erupt. During the fair, many students stopped to watch her demonstration. Lily even won a prize for her project and felt proud of her hard work. Her teacher congratulated her in front of the whole class. My question is, what did Lily's science project show? Yeah, if you went and watched Lily's science project, what would you see? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is a volcano erupting. 28. The new pet. Mark had wanted a dog for years, and on his 13th birthday, his parents surprised him with a small, fluffy puppy. Mark was thrilled and named the puppy Charlie. He bought a blue collar, a bed, and toys for Charlie. Every morning, Mark took him for a walk around the neighborhood. Mark and Charlie quickly became best friends, and he loved taking care of his new pet. What did Mark name his new puppy? Ooh, okay. In 3, 2, 1. What was the name of the puppy? Charlie. It's a pretty cute name for a puppy, I have to admit. Story number 29. Keep going, guys. Keep pushing. The cooking contest. Sarah entered a cooking contest at her school. She decided to make her favorite dish, spaghetti with homemade tomato sauce. She carefully chopped tomatoes, onions, and garlic. After cooking, she tasted her dish and was happy with the flavor. During the contest, the judges tasted everyone's food and praised Sarah's sauce. She won second place and received a cooking set as her prize. So, Sarah got second place in this contest. What was her prize? Yeah, what did she win? In 3, 2, 1, she won a cooking set. Guys, here's our last story before leveling up once again and making things even more challenging. The bike ride. Let's take a listen. Ella and her friends planned a bike ride to a nearby park on a sunny day. They rode for about 5 miles and stopped for a picnic by a small pond. Ella had brought sandwiches and fruit for everyone, and they spent a relaxing afternoon by the water. After the break, they continued riding around the park before heading back home. So, how far did Ella and her friends ride to the park? Yeah, how far did they ride in order to get there? In 3, 2, 1... The answer is 5 miles. Okay, guys, we are halfway through this listening practice lesson, so I wanted to take just a very quick moment and remind you guys that liking this video, commenting on the video, sharing with a friend, or maybe even becoming a channel member are your ways of supporting me as your YouTube English teacher. So if you like my teaching style, if you want to find a way to support me and what I do here on YouTube, then these are your ways of doing that, of supporting me. You know, my channel is still pretty small, so by engaging with my content in these ways, you are basically sending YouTube a message. You are saying, hey, we like his content and you should show it to new people. That helps me grow my channel, which helps me make better content for you guys. So I really appreciate your support as always. All right, back to the video. Okay, we have leveled up our difficulty to B2. Things are getting pretty difficult here, but don't give up, guys. Let's take a look at story number 31, the evening concert. Megan had been looking forward to the outdoor classical concert for months. She arrived at the park with her friends, found a spot on the grassy hill, and spread out a blanket. As the sun set, the orchestra began to play. Megan closed her eyes, letting the beautiful music wash over her. However, halfway through, a light drizzle began. People around her started putting up umbrellas, but Megan chose to stay, enjoying the moment despite the rain. My question for you is, how did Megan react when it started to drizzle? Yeah, you guys know drizzle, right? That means rain a little bit. Answer in 3, 2, 1. She chose to stay and enjoy the concert. Story number 32, the group project presentation. Lucas and his classmates were assigned a group project in history class, and they decided to present on ancient Egypt. Lucas was responsible for researching the pyramids, while his friends focused on Egyptian art and mummies. On the day of the presentation, Lucas felt nervous, but his teammates supported him. They presented with confidence, and their teacher praised them for their thorough research and teamwork. My question for you is, what topic was Lucas responsible for in the group project? Yeah, what subject, what topic was Lucas in charge of or responsible for? In 3, 2, 1, the pyramids. Story number 33, the strange discovery. While hiking through the forest, Clara spotted something unusual near the riverbank, a large bone sticking out of the ground. Curious, she carefully dug around it and discovered an old animal skeleton. Clara took a few photos and decided to report it to a nearby nature center. The staff there thanked her and explained that it likely belonged to a species that had once lived in the area hundreds of years ago. My question is, what did Clara decide to do with the discovery? Yeah, she found some bones, and what did she decide to do with the bones? In 3, 2, 1, she reported it to a nearby nature center. Yeah, she reported it to a nearby nature center. If you got something close to this answer, then that's good enough. Story number 34, the chess tournament. Daniel entered his first chess tournament, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. He practiced daily for weeks, studying different strategies and learning from his mistakes. In the first round, he faced a skilled opponent and felt the pressure, but he managed to win. By the final round, he was exhausted, but determined. After a tense match, Daniel won 3rd place, feeling proud of his effort. Here's the question. How did Daniel feel after winning 3rd place in the tournament? How did he feel after winning 3rd place? Answer in 3, 2, 1. He felt proud of his effort. 35. The farmer's market surprise. Rachel visited the farmer's market early on Saturday, hoping to buy fresh vegetables. As she walked past the stalls, she noticed a vendor offering free samples of a unique fruit, a cross between an apple and a pear. Curious, she tried a slice and loved the taste. Rachel bought a bag to share with her family, who were equally impressed by the unusual fruit. Here's my question. What did Rachel buy to share with her family? Yeah, what did she buy? What was it? In 3, 2, 1. A bag of the fruit that was a cross between an apple and a pear. If you said weird fruit or the mixed up fruit, that's fine too. 36, the photography class. Hannah signed up for a weekend photography class at a community center to improve her skills. The instructor taught them about lighting, angles, and how to use different lenses. For their final assignment, Hannah chose to photograph a historic building in her town. After spending hours capturing different angles, she was thrilled with the result. Her instructor even displayed her photo in the class exhibition. Where did Hannah take photos for her final assignment is my question for you. Where did she take the pictures? In 3, 2, 1. At a historic building in her town. Historic, meaning it's got some history to it. It's got a story. Maybe it's important to the local scene, the local history. If you said at an old building, that's fine as well. Story number 37, the Science Museum Experience. Oliver's science class went on a field trip to a large science museum. He was especially excited about the exhibit on space exploration. When they entered the planetarium, Oliver was amazed by the simulation of the night sky, filled with constellations and planets. He asked questions about the stars and learned fascinating facts about distant galaxies. By the end of the day, Oliver decided he wanted to study astronomy. My question for you is, what did Oliver decide he wanted to study after the museum trip? Yeah, what did he decide he wanted to study? In 3, 2, 1. Astronomy, the study of stars and constellations. Story number 38, the gardening challenge. Linda entered a gardening competition where participants had to grow the tallest sunflower within 3 months. She prepared a small garden plot in her backyard, planted her seeds, and watered them daily. She even measured the sunflowers each week to track their growth. In the end, her sunflower reached 6 feet, winning her second place in the competition. Linda felt accomplished and decided to keep growing flowers as a hobby. Here's my question. How tall was Linda's sunflower by the end of the competition? Yeah, at the end of it all, what was the final height that it reached in 3, 2, 1, 6 feet? Story number 39. We are flying along here, guys. The theater audition. Ready? Ella dreamed of acting in a play, so she auditioned for a local theater production. She practiced her lines for days and finally performed in front of the director and other actors. Although she felt nervous, she gave her best performance. A week later, she received a call that she had been cast in the role of a supporting character. Ella was thrilled and couldn't wait to start rehearsing. Here's my question. What role did Ella get in the theater production? What role did she get in 3, 2, 1? A supporting character, right? So not the main character of the play, but a supporting character, a smaller role. Here is our last B2 level story, the marathon attempt. Let's take a listen. After months of training, Liam decided to run his first marathon. He woke up early on race day, full of energy and ready to go. The first half of the race went smoothly, but around mile 18, he began to feel exhausted. Determined to finish, Liam pushed through and crossed the finish line, receiving a medal for completing the race. Despite his fatigue, he felt proud of himself for achieving his goal. This should be an easy question. At what mile did Liam start feeling exhausted? Yeah, when did he start feeling wiped out, really, really tired? At what mile did that happen? 3, 2, 1, mile 18. Okay, guys, we have leveled up again to C1 level English. This is getting pretty intense. So let's focus, let's pay attention, and listen for those details, because most of these questions are about a detail in the story. Number 41, the skiing mishap. Let's take a read. Isabel had been an avid skier since childhood, but during a trip to the Alps, she decided to try an advanced slope for the first time. As she gained speed, she realized the terrain was steeper and more challenging than expected. Halfway down, she hit an icy patch, lost her balance, and tumbled. Thankfully, she only sustained minor bruises. Determined, she brushed off the snow and skied down more cautiously, feeling proud for not giving up. Question: what happened to Isabel when she hit the icy patch? What happened next in 3, 2, 1? She lost her balance and tumbled, sustaining minor bruises. Yeah, so she wasn't badly hurt. It was just minor. Number 42, the startup pitch. Here we go. Jordan had been developing an app that allowed users to find eco-friendly products in their area. After months of hard work, he was invited to pitch his idea to a group of investors. Although he felt nervous, he delivered his presentation confidently, explaining the app's potential impact on reducing waste. One investor was so impressed that he offered to fund a trial launch, marking a significant breakthrough for Jordan. Here's my question. What was the purpose of Jordan's app? What was the app designed to do in 3, 2, 1. To help users find eco-friendly products in their area. If you said to help people find environmentally friendly products or stuff where they lived, something like that, then that's okay too, because the wording here is very tricky, very difficult. Number 43, the unexpected house guest. One night, Lily heard a strange noise in her living room. When she went to investigate, she was startled to find an owl perched on her windowsill. The window had been left slightly open, and the bird must have flown inside. Lily was both frightened and fascinated. She carefully guided the owl back outside using a broom and then watched as it flew off into the night. My question is, how did Lily manage to get the owl out of her house? How did she remove this wild creature from her home? Answer in 3, 2, 1. She guided it outside using a broom. Story number 44, the marathon fundraiser. You guys know fundraiser, right? Like if you are raising money for a good cause to help someone who needs it, okay? Sam was passionate about animal welfare and decided to participate in a charity marathon to raise funds for a local shelter. To motivate sponsors, he aimed to complete the race in under 4 hours. On the day of the marathon, Sam pushed through fatigue and cramps, finally crossing the finish line with minutes to spare. His efforts raised a substantial amount for the shelter, and he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. My question is, what was Sam's time goal for completing the marathon? What was his time goal? In 3, 2, 1, he wanted to do it in under 4 hours. Ooh, that is a very fast marathon. Story number 45, the lost painting mystery. Let's take a listen. Sophia, an art historian, was thrilled to be called to investigate a recently discovered painting rumored to be a lost work by a famous artist. After careful examination, she noticed subtle details in the brushwork and color choices that matched the artist's known style. However, she also found a few inconsistencies that made her question its authenticity. After weeks of research, she concluded that it was a skillful forgery, surprising many in the art community. My question for you guys is, what did Sophia conclude about the painting's authenticity? Is it authentic or not, right? What conclusion did she come to? Is it real or a fake? In 3, 2, 1, she concluded it was a skillful forgery. Okay, so forgery means someone made a fake that was meant to look real. It was meant to fool people, to trick people. And it was a skillful job, a skillful forgery. So they did a really good job, right? But she is an expert, so she was able to tell. Story number 46, the Mountain Lodge encounter. Let's take a listen. Ethan booked a secluded mountain lodge for a week to focus on his writing. The first night was peaceful, but on the second evening, a heavy snowstorm hit. Around midnight, he heard a knock on the door, which startled him. When he opened it, he found a lost hiker seeking shelter. Ethan welcomed him in, sharing his food and fire, and they ended up discussing everything from nature to life goals until dawn. My question for you guys is, what did Ethan and the hiker do after Ethan welcomed him in? Yeah, after Ethan extended an invitation to this lost hiker to come inside and warm up and, make sure he was okay. What did they do afterwards? In 3, 2, 1. They shared food and discussed various topics until dawn. Basically, they ate and talked all night long. Story number 47, the workshop presentation. At a professional workshop, Maria was invited to present a new project management technique she had developed. Although confident in her knowledge, she hadn't anticipated the level of interest her ideas would generate. After her talk, several attendees approached her with questions and suggestions, some even proposing collaborations. Maria left the workshop with a notebook full of contacts and potential partnerships, eager to explore new opportunities. So guys, here's the question. What did Maria gain from her workshop presentation? What did she gain, right? What did she get out of this experience? Answer in 3, 2, 1. A notebook full of contacts and potential collaborations. In other words, lots of people who maybe will be willing to work with her and their contact information. If you said something similar to that, something along those lines, then you are correct. Story number 48, the hidden garden. While exploring her grandparents' old estate, Emma discovered a hidden gate behind a wall of ivy. Curious, she cleared the vines and opened it, revealing an overgrown but beautiful garden. Inside, she found stone pathways, a small fountain, and a variety of plants that hadn't been tended in years. Inspired, Emma decided to restore the garden as a tribute to her grandparents' love for nature. Here's a question for you guys. What did Emma decide to do after discovering the hidden garden? So she finds this hidden garden. What does she decide to do afterwards? Answer in 3, 2, 1. She decided to restore it as a tribute to her grandparents, right? Restore means fix it up, make it look nicer. As a tribute to her grandparents means to honor their memory, right? Did you get this one correct? Story number 49, the business trip surprise. David traveled to Tokyo on a business trip to close a major deal. After hours of meetings, he was finally able to relax and decided to explore the city. That evening, he stumbled upon a festival with lights, food stalls, and traditional music. Mesmerized by the lively atmosphere, he joined in, trying local dishes and watching performers. It became the highlight of his trip, and he shared the experience with his colleagues back home. Here's my question. What event did David discover while exploring Tokyo? Yeah, what event? What did he discover was going on while he was out exploring? Answer in 3, in 2, in 1. A festival with lights, food stalls, and traditional music. If you said a festival, that's good enough. Story number 50, the rock climbing challenge. Chloe and her friend Rachel had signed up for a rock climbing weekend to challenge themselves. Despite being a novice, Chloe was determined to reach the summit. Halfway up, she began to feel tired and considered stopping. But Rachel encouraged her, and with renewed focus, Chloe managed to complete the climb. At the top, they both admired the stunning view and felt proud of overcoming their fears. My question is, who encouraged Chloe to keep going during the climb? Who was it? This should be an easy one. In 3, 2, 1. Her friend Rachel, of course. All right, guys, if you are still watching, then congratulations. You have made it to the final 10 stories, the C2 difficulty level stories. So take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. If you've made it this far, you're doing an amazing job. As a reminder, these stories are going to be very, very challenging. These are the hardest we've seen yet. If you're up for the challenge, keep listening. 51. The botanist's discovery. Dr. Wells, a renowned botanist, spent years studying rare plants in remote jungles. During one of her expeditions, she discovered a flower that bloomed only once every decade. Fascinated by its unusual fragrance and vibrant colors, she took samples for further analysis. Back at her lab, she discovered compounds in the plant that could potentially be used in medicine, leading to excitement among pharmaceutical researchers. My very challenging question for you guys is, what potential did Dr. Wells find in the rare flower she discovered? What potential did it hold, this rare flower? In 3, 2, 1... it contained compounds that could potentially be used in medicine. Put simply, it had stuff in it that would be useful in making medicine. If you guys are able to answer these questions in a simple way, that counts too. Story 52. The ancient manuscript. While cataloging ancient texts in a monastery library, historian Thomas uncovered an unknown manuscript from the medieval period. The document was handwritten in a rare dialect, which made translation challenging. After months of painstaking work, he revealed that the text detailed early scientific observations, centuries ahead of similar discoveries in Europe. His work generated significant interest among scholars who praised his dedication. Here's a super tough question for you guys. Why was translating the manuscript challenging for Thomas? Why was translating it difficult? In 3, 2, 1... it was written in a rare dialect. Yeah, a way of speaking that was not very common. I know this is getting so challenging, guys, but push, keep going. We're so close. You can do it. Story 53, The Clifftop Concert. A group of avant-garde musicians organized a concert atop a remote cliff, accessible only by a rugged trail. The musicians aimed to merge their music with the natural sounds of the ocean waves crashing below. Despite the logistical difficulties, an audience gathered, braving the hike to experience this unique performance. The concert was described as surreal and unforgettable, leaving attendees deeply moved by the fusion of nature and art. Here is a challenging question for you guys. What made the concert location challenging for the audience? Yeah, what about this place that the concert was located in made it a challenging experience for the audience? In 3, 2, 1, it was atop a remote cliff, accessible only by a rugged trail, right? Accessible only by a rugged trail. So you can only get to this venue, to this location of the concert by a rugged trail, a pretty rough and rocky trail, right? Number 54, the linguistic puzzle. Ooh. Amira, a linguist, received a mysterious letter containing sentences in what appeared to be a mix of several ancient languages. After hours of analyzing syntax and grammar, she realized it was a complex linguistic puzzle left by a previous researcher. Solving it required knowledge of ancient Sumerian, Old Norse, and Latin. Once she decoded the message, it revealed a hidden technique for phonetic analysis that had been lost for centuries. Okay, so what did Amira uncover by decoding the linguistic puzzle? What did she uncover? Yeah, what did she find out? What discovery did she make by decoding or solving this linguistic puzzle? Linguistic meaning language, a language puzzle, right? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, a hidden technique for phonetic analysis. Yeah, a style of analyzing language. Story number 55. We're getting so close, guys. Push, keep going. The secret architectural blueprint. While restoring an old mansion, architect Vincent stumbled upon a hidden compartment containing blueprints from the 1800s. The designs were for a structure that had never been built but showcased innovative ideas for the time. Intrigued, Vincent researched the mansion's original owner, a lesser-known architect who had been ahead of his time. Inspired, Vincent adapted some of the ideas for a new building project, paying homage to the forgotten visionary. What did Vincent do with the innovative ideas he found in the blueprints? Ooh, tough question. So Vincent found these innovative ideas. Yeah, innovative, meaning forward-thinking, really advanced and imaginative and creative ideas, right? In these blueprints, he found these ideas. So what did he do with the ideas? What did he do with them? Answer in 3, 2, 1. He adapted them for a new building project. In other words, he used them in a new way for a new building project. Story number 56, the enigmatic composer. Ooh, Lena, a musicologist, was studying the works of a composer who had lived in obscurity. She came across a piece of music with no notes, only enigmatic symbols on the score. After months of study, Lena hypothesized that the symbols represented musical improvisations based on emotional states, a groundbreaking concept for the time. Her research sparked discussions in the academic world about interpreting music beyond traditional notation. This is getting so hard. Oh my goodness. Here's a question for you guys. What was Lena's hypothesis about the symbols on the score? What was her hypothesis? What was her theory? Okay, in 3, 2, 1, they represented musical improvisations based on emotional states. This is a very tricky concept to wrap your head around, a very tough idea to understand. Basically, these symbols, they represented something. What did they represent? They represented musical improvisations based on emotional states. Okay, so if you improvise, then you're kind of winging it. You're playing it by ear. You are not following a script, right? And this was done based on emotional states, okay? So, maybe if you feel angry, you improvise a certain way. If you feel happy, you improvise another way. Story number 57, the Endurance Sculpture Exhibit. In a bold project, sculptor Nina created a series of sculptures using ice and placed them along a coastline. The pieces were intended to interact with nature, gradually melting and blending into the landscape. Despite criticism from traditionalists, Nina's exhibit attracted crowds who marveled at the fleeting beauty of her work. The project raised questions about art, permanence, and the influence of nature on human creations. I kind of like this question. What was unique about Nina's sculptures? If you're able to answer this question, that shows me that you really did understand the story. The answer in 3, 2, 1. They were made of ice and designed to melt and blend into the landscape. Number 58. The rare astrological alignment. Astronomer Diego had been anticipating a rare alignment of planets that would be visible from only a few places on Earth. He traveled to a remote desert to capture the event through his telescope. When the planets aligned, the visual spectacle was breathtaking, with colors and formations rarely observed. Diego's photographs captured the event's magnificence, and his work was later published, sparking wonder among enthusiasts and scientists alike. So guys, where did Diego go to observe this rare planetary alignment? When the planets come together, they are aligned, like in a line, right? Where did he go to observe or watch this phenomenon? Answer in 3, 2, 1. to a remote desert. Remote meaning far away, where no one lives, no people are there. Story number 59, the forensic anthropologist's revelation. Maya, a forensic anthropologist, was called to examine a centuries-old skeleton found in a riverbed. Through careful analysis, she noticed unique bone structures that suggested a rare genetic condition. Her findings provided insights into the lives of people from that time, revealing information about their physical challenges and resilience. Her report led to further studies on genetic conditions in historical populations. Here's my question for you. What did Maya's findings reveal about the skeleton? What was revealed because of her findings? Okay, answer in 3, 2, 1. It had unique bone structures suggesting a rare genetic condition. In other words, its bones, the bones of the skeleton, were different than what you would normally see. The structure of the bones was unique, right? It was something not commonly seen in bones. So what did this suggest? What did this mean? Maybe a rare genetic condition. Yeah, maybe this person had been suffering from some kind of medical condition affecting bones. Okay, guys, story number 60, our final story for today. Are you ready? The Oceanic Research Expedition. Marine biologist Alex joined a research expedition to study rarely seen marine creatures in the deep ocean. Equipped with specialized submarines, the team encountered bioluminescent species, ancient coral structures, and a rarely seen giant squid. Alex was thrilled to observe these wonders firsthand and documented the journey in a detailed report. His discoveries brought attention to the mysteries of deep sea ecosystems and the importance of conservation. My final question for you guys is, what rare creature did Alex and the team encounter or stumble upon during the expedition, during their trip, right? In 3, 2, 1, 0.5. All right, just kidding. The answer, a giant squid. All right, guys, did you keep track of how many you got correct? How many you got incorrect? You can let me know down in the comments section. What is your score? If you didn't understand some of the C1 and C2 level stories, do not feel discouraged. Don't feel bad, as those were very, very challenging. I also suggest that you guys think about which level from today's video felt the most comfortable for you. Was it A2? Was it B2 or B1 or maybe even C2, right? That is valuable information about your English level that you can use moving forward. I want to begin this video with a question. Why should your brain bother to remember something that isn't important to you personally? Welcome back to English is Easy, everybody. I am your personal YouTube English teacher, Connor, and today I'm going to talk about a simple trick for remembering vocabulary much more easily. If you enjoy this video, give it a like and subscribe so you never miss another video. Before I tell you the trick, there is something important we need to understand. When you start learning a new word, you are also starting a new relationship with that word. It's true if you think about it. You have a very special relationship with every word you know. For example, my relationship with the word school is very different than yours. When I think about the word school, I see my school, whereas when you think about it, you see yours. I remember certain people, places, and things from my life. You remember different ones. In my life, I've used the word school a different number of times than you have, and in different situations, with different contexts, different frequencies of use. But we both probably know this word well, not just because we've used it a lot, but because of our deep personal relationship to it. The school sights, smells, sounds, people, and places mean something very real to us. This brings me to the memory trick. It is called the self-reference effect. Basically, we remember things better if they mean something personal to us, if we have a deep relationship with them. Here's an example. Imagine two people. George has trouble remembering and using the word antiquated, which means old and not really useful anymore. But Anna has a great understanding of this word and can use it without any trouble. Why? She owns a store called Anna's Antiquated Antiques. This word means a lot to her. It's how she makes her living. Here's another example. Eric can't remember what the word alacrity means, even though he's seen it several times in his textbook. It means you have a good attitude and you are ready to go. Tim, on the other hand, got this email from his boss last year. Tim, I noticed you come to work full of alacrity every day. I'm giving you a promotion. Congratulations. Now, because of that meaningful email, Tim deepened his relationship with and understanding of the word alacrity. It is personal and important in his life, and so it stuck better in his memory. So when we go about studying then, what we need to do is find a way to deepen our personal relationships with new words. Find a way to give them personal meaning. In other words, make them yours. I want you guys to try and think, how can you connect new words to your life? Why should they be important to you anyway? Let's practice right now with the word eclectic. This word basically means that you can see a wide range of different styles in something or within something, when something has great variety. So an eclectic art collection might include Chinese, European, and Russian paintings, for example. If I think about it, my book collection is very eclectic. In my room, I have piles and piles of books about all different topics: history, art, fiction, language studies, poetry, etc. My wife is always asking, are you sure you want to keep all these? You only read a couple of them. But the truth is, she has quite an eclectic shoe collection as well. She has sneakers, boots, high heels, flip-flops, even ballet shoes. I could say to her, if you get to keep your eclectic shoe collection, I should get to keep my eclectic book collection. I mean, that's only fair, right? Thinking about eclectic this way has just made it a lot more meaningful to me. How? Well, instead of reading some random textbook examples such as John had eclectic taste in movies, I now associate the word with: number 1, my books; 2, my wife; 3, my wife's shoes; and 4, our conversation about the books and shoes. These are real things from my life that matter to me. Now, that was just a basic example, but I think you guys get the point. After all, once again, why should your brain bother to remember something that has no meaning or relevance in your life? As language learners, it's our job to give words personalized meaning. In other words, to think about how they fit into our lives, how they could serve us, and start growing those relationships. You can do this easily in your studies. When learning new vocabulary, take a few moments to put the words into context that relates to you personally, not just some random example sentence. I'll show you guys how I would do this in my studies using the word juxtaposition. Juxtaposition. This means two opposite things looked at side by side. Here's a juxtaposition from my life. When I lived in Shanghai, China, I would climb the stairs up to the 30th floor of my building, all the way to the rooftop. From there, you could see where the old city buildings met the new, where the aging world met the modern world. It was a breathtaking sight that really showed how much China had changed in a short period of time. At sunset, I would stand on that rooftop and look out over the city. I would admire this beautiful juxtaposition. the old and new areas next to each other, and I have fond memories of those breathtaking sights. So this example of juxtaposition is probably much more meaningful to me than anything I might see in a textbook. I'll now associate this word with my old apartment, with China, and my fond memories there. Okay, so to take another advanced word, how about ubiquitous? Ubiquitous. This means something can be seen all over the place. Something is really widespread. An example sentence using ubiquitous declares, these days, smartphones are ubiquitous. People old and young use them all across the world. Now, maybe I could remember this random example sentence, but still, I tried to relate this word, ubiquitous, to my life. And here's what comes to mind. Last year, when teaching an English class full of 8-year-olds, I realized that every single one of them had their own smartphone. I remember being very surprised by this. When I asked my students how long they'd had their phones, many told me they'd been using them since they were 4 or 5 years old. They told me more about their habits too, like staying up all night playing games and posting on social media. Remembering this, I now think to myself, maybe smartphones are a little too ubiquitous, especially when it comes to kids. Just like that, I now associate this word with, number 1, my students who I remember and know well, 2, their smartphones, 3, their smartphone habits, and 4, my opinion about their smartphone habits. So, want to give this all a try? Let's relate the word ubiquitous to your life. What's something ubiquitous, once again meaning seen or found all over the place, in your country that might not be ubiquitous in other countries? In other words, something in your country you can see everywhere that maybe people in other countries can't see everywhere. Let me know in the comments. One thing I'd like to note, of course, the self-reference effect will not make you magically remember everything, but there is no doubt that framing new information in the context of our lives will make it much easier to understand and learn. And after all, this is why we learn languages in the first place, to add value and meaning to our lives through words and our personal understanding of those words. So don't let words be vague and foreign to you. Instead, make them yours. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. As a new channel here on YouTube, every like, sub, and comment really goes a long way in supporting me and helping with the YouTube algorithm. But I'd like to give an extra shout out to my channel members. These guys go the extra mile to support me and the work that I do here on YouTube. So if you're in this list, I love you. I appreciate you. You can become a member by clicking the join button right here on my channel or by going to patreon.com/EnglishWithConnor. Members get lots of benefits like PDFs for my lessons, bonus videos, voting rights, and more. So cheers, guys, and I will see you next time. Welcome back to my 150,000 plus amazing students. In today's deep work lesson, we will first level up our vocabulary to sound more intelligent when we speak English. Then we will take a quiz to test our knowledge and check and see how much we learned. And make sure you watch all the way to the end of today's video to see the new advanced vocab we learned used in a story. Please take 1 second to support my work by doing one or more of these things, and let's jump in to today's video. Instead of saying very happy, try saying ecstatic, jubilant, or overjoyed. Ecstatic means extremely happy or excited. For example, he was ecstatic when he got tickets to see his favorite band. Jubilant. Jubilant, that means feeling or expressing great joy, great happiness. They were jubilant when their team won the championship. Overjoyed means you are overcome with joy. You are extremely pleased or delighted, we could also say. She was overjoyed to reunite or come back together with her childhood best friend. Maybe they hadn't seen each other in a very long time, and when they were reunited, she was overcome with joy. So she was overjoyed, she was ecstatic, she was jubilant. When do you feel ecstatic, overjoyed, or jubilant? Let me know down in the comments section. Instead of very full, try saying stuffed, bloated, or satiated. Satiated. Yeah, stuffed means you are feeling extremely full after eating. He felt stuffed after eating an entire pizza by himself. Yeah, he felt bloated. He felt uncomfortable due to overeating. Overeating, eating too much, eating more than you should, right? Okay, so she looked bloated after the rich meal, after the heavy meal, we could also say, but she enjoyed every bite. So even though she's bloated, even though she's feeling stuffed, she still enjoyed every bite. Or we could say satiated, fully satisfied, especially with food. We were satiated after the 5-course meal at the fancy restaurant. Personally, these days, I'm trying to eat less, and every time I eat a meal, I try to stop when I'm halfway full and take 10 minutes. I wait 10 minutes to see how full I really am, right? So I'm trying to never be stuffed, never be bloated, never be truly satiated. Instead of very tired, try saying beat. Wiped out or exhausted. Beat means completely worn out from physical effort or mental effort. He was completely beat after a long day at work. He was totally wiped out. We could also say spent. He was spent. His energy was completely depleted or gone. Wiped out, extremely tired, usually after a demanding activity. A demanding activity is an activity that requires a lot of your energy, a lot of your power. She felt wiped out after running a marathon. Yeah, a marathon is a very long activity, right? It demanded a lot of her energy, so she felt totally wiped out, totally spent, totally beat, totally depleted. We could also say she felt exhausted, right? They were exhausted from moving all the furniture. Honestly, sometimes I like feeling totally wiped out because that means that whatever you were doing, you tried really hard. You really pushed yourself. You really exerted yourself. You put lots of energy into that activity. Instead of saying very angry, I was very angry, try sounding more intelligent by saying furious, livid, or even apoplectic. Ooh, big word. He was furious when someone dented his car in the parking lot. You guys know dent, right? If this is the door of the car, maybe somebody kicked it. Somebody ran into it, and it left a dent. The metal was concave, bending inwards. Livid means intensely angry, angry in a very intense way, almost shaking with rage. She was livid when her brother ruined her new sweater. She was so angry that she was practically shaking, right? Then we have apoplectic. You guys have heard me use this word before. If you can use this in conversation, no doubt you will sound highly intelligent. It means so angry you can't think straight, think clearly, in other words, or speak properly. They were made apoplectic by the unfair treatment they received. Just for fun, I'm going to draw a face down here, the face of somebody who is totally apoplectic. They are absolutely livid. They're shaking. They're furious. They are about to explode, right? If you are not making progress with your English and you are feeling furious about it, try watching one of my videos every day for 1 week. I guarantee you will see before and after results. Give it a try. Instead of saying very cold, try saying freezing, chilly, or frigid. We were freezing after playing in the snow without gloves. Maybe we could also say their hands were frozen solid. This is a little bit of an exaggeration, a little bit of a hyperbole, right? We are stretching the truth just a little bit to paint a picture with our words. She felt chilly when the wind picked up in the evening. The frigid air made him regret leaving his scarf at home. Freezing, chilly, frigid. On the flip side, here are some more intelligent ways of saying very hot: scorching, sweltering, or boiling. The sun was scorching, so we stayed in the shade. It was sweltering in the room because the air conditioner was broken, or we could say boiling. The kitchen felt like it was boiling after hours of cooking. Instead of very scared, say terrified, say petrified, say shaken. She was terrified when she heard strange noises in the house. He stood petrified as the roller coaster climbed higher. They were shaken by the thunderstorm that hit unexpectedly. All of these people are very scared. They are terrified, petrified, shaken. We could also say shaken up, shaken up. Instead of very smart, try saying brilliant, clever, or sharp. She came up with a brilliant solution to the tricky problem or the difficult problem, right? This was a very smart solution, so we can say it was a brilliant solution, a clever solution, a sharp solution. He is clever at finding ways to save money. They are sharp, always noticing the smallest details. If you can see very clearly, very well, we can also say that you have sharp eyes. Sharp eyes. You have very good vision. We can use this word sharp to describe senses that are very well developed. A sharp sense of smell, of touch, of taste, sharp vision, sharp hearing. Instead of very sad, try saying heartbroken, miserable, or downcast. She was heartbroken after her best friend moved away. He felt miserable after failing the important test. They looked downcast when they heard the disappointing news. I will feel heartbroken if you don't click like on this video and leave me a comment. So I will feel heartbroken. I will feel miserable. I will feel downcast if you don't click like on this video, so make sure you do. Instead of very hungry, try saying starving, ravenous, or famished. He said he was starving after skipping breakfast. She was ravenous by the time dinner was served. We were famished after hiking all day. These words all mean the same thing. They mean very hungry. Here's a more colloquial spoken English expression as well. We also sometimes say, I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry that I could eat a horse, right? That means I'm starving, I'm ravenous, I'm famished, I'm super, super hungry. Instead of very bright, try saying radiant, dazzling, blazing. The sun was radiant as it rose over the mountains. It was very bright, right? Her smile was very bright. It was dazzling, lighting up the entire room. A little bit of hyperbole there as well, right? Her smile didn't literally actually light up the whole room. It's a figure of speech. It's an expression. The campfire was very bright. It was blazing, keeping us warm. Instead of very clean, you can say spotless, pristine, or immaculate. Immaculate. His room was spotless after hours of cleaning. Yeah, spotless. Spotless. So there wasn't a single spot of dirt to be found in his room. It was totally spotless, right? She kept her kitchen in pristine condition at all times, right? In perfect condition, basically. The white carpet remained immaculate despite the party. Okay, so they have a party. Tons of people are walking on the white carpet in their home, but despite this, or in spite of this, it remains immaculate. It stays pristine. It is spotless. Even after the party, it is very, very clean, shockingly clean. Sometimes, in kind of a joking way, people will also say that something is so clean that you could eat off of it. You could use its surface as a plate and eat off of it, right? Instead of very dirty, try saying filthy, grimy, or gross. The dog came home filthy after playing in the mud. The windows were so grimy that we could barely see outside. The bathroom was gross. No one wanted to use it. And we could also say disgusting, absolutely filthy, totally grimy and gross. It was very dirty. It was disgusting. I'm going to draw the face of somebody looking disgusted down here. Whatever he's looking at is so filthy, so grimy, so gross, so disgusting that he is about to throw up. Instead of very expensive, try saying costly, pricey, or overpriced, right? Fixing the roof was a costly project, but it had to be done. It was a necessity. It was a necessity to get that roof fixed. You couldn't go without it, right? The restaurant was nice, but the food was a bit pricey, a bit overpriced, a bit costly. The handbag seemed overpriced considering its design. Maybe the design of this handbag is very basic. It's nothing special, nothing to write home about, but there's a big price on the tag, right? A big number on the price tag. So it seems overpriced. Here's somebody looking at it, and they are unsure of why it is so expensive. It seems really pricey, really costly, really overpriced. Maybe if he buys this handbag for his wife, he can say, "You better like it. This cost an arm and a leg," right? Instead of very funny, try saying hilarious, amusing, or entertaining. The comedy show was absolutely hilarious. We laughed all night. The children found the clown's tricks amusing. His stories were entertaining, and everyone enjoyed them. Now, guys, I will say that the order of hilarity, the order of funniness probably goes first amusing, then entertaining, then hilarious. Hilarious is the strongest word here. If you can't stop laughing, we can also say you were dying laughing. Just absolutely dying laughing. Instead of very weak, try saying frail, feeble, or fragile. The elderly man looked frail, but he was still cheerful. Yeah, he looked very weak. He looked frail, but he was still in good spirits. He was still cheerful. She felt too feeble to get out of bed after her illness. So she was very sick, right? She was very weak, and she felt too frail, too feeble, too lacking in energy to get out of bed. The injured bird looked fragile as it rested. Yeah, it looked so fragile, like it could be easily broken, easily damaged. You know, guys, I've been going to the gym recently, doing pull-ups, doing dips, doing sit-ups, lifting weights, trying to become less weak, less frail, less feeble, less fragile. I want to get stronger. What do you think? Do you guys see any progress? Instead of very boring, say dull. Say monotonous. Monotonous or tedious. Dull means lacking excitement or interest. The lecture or the class was so dull, so boring, that half the class fell asleep. The job felt monotonous with the same tasks daily. Keep in mind that most people do not pronounce the T here. Yeah, we're a little bit lazy when we speak English, so we don't say monotonous. Replace it with an N instead. Monotonous, monotonous. The meeting was tedious, dragging on for hours. It was long and it was tiresome. It was very unpleasant, this meeting. I used to have lots of tedious meetings, dull meetings, monotonous meetings, but now, as a YouTuber, I work for myself and I don't have to go to these meetings anymore, thank God. Instead of very hard, say challenging, demanding, or grueling. Yeah, if something is extremely difficult, we can say challenging. Learning a new language can be challenging, but it's also rewarding. There are great rewards and great challenges to learning languages. The project was very hard, right? It was demanding. It was challenging. The marathon was a grueling test of endurance. Endurance is how long or how far can you go? How hard can you push yourself and keep going? Instead of calling something very interesting, try calling it fascinating, intriguing, or captivating. The documentary about space was fascinating. It was so interesting. The plot or the story of the mystery novel was intriguing. It aroused my curiosity. It piqued my interest, we could also say. Piqued my interest. Her speech was captivating, and everyone focused on her words. All three of these scenarios were very interesting. They were fascinating, intriguing, captivating. Maybe we could also say spellbinding, kind of interesting in a magical way. Guys, we're almost done. Just 5 more. Keep pushing, and then we will have a quiz and a story to review what we've learned. Instead of very strong, try saying powerful, robust, or sturdy. The storm was so powerful that it knocked down several trees. Now be careful, because we can't say that the storm was sturdy or robust, but we can call it powerful. Yeah, the storm had great force, great strength, so powerful works, but robust is talking about strong and healthy and durable. Like this car's engine is incredibly robust. It's very robust. It's very strong and durable. That means it was built to last. If something is durable, that means it will last a long time. And sturdy is a little different too. It means well built and not easily damaged. The table is sturdy enough to hold all of the equipment. It can support a lot of weight without, collapsing, without falling down. So we can call a table sturdy. We could call a bed sturdy. We could call a house sturdy. But we can't really call a table powerful. That would sound a bit weird. Instead of very beautiful, try saying stunning, gorgeous, or even exquisite. The sunset over the mountains was absolutely stunning. It was extremely attractive. It was impressive. She wore a gorgeous dress to the wedding. Her dress was very beautiful. It was really visually appealing. Visually appealing. It was so nice to look at. The painting in the museum was exquisite, full of fine details. Yeah, this painting was extremely beautiful and delicate. We usually use exquisite for objects, for items, not really for people. A painting could be exquisite. A vase could be exquisite. A dress could be exquisite. A woman could be gorgeous. She could be stunning, but exquisite sounds a little weird. Instead of very fast, say swift, say rapid, say accelerated. The runner was so swift that he finished the race in record time. He ran so quickly, so swiftly that he broke the previous record, right? Say rapid, happening at a great speed. There was a rapid increase in the company's stock prices. The prices were going up so quickly, so fast, so rapidly, so swiftly. Say accelerated, happening faster than usual. The project's timeline was accelerated due to high demand. So high demand, a lot of people want this project to be finished already. So the timeline for the project, right? the timing of when it is going to be finished, they accelerated this timeline. They're trying to get it done faster. They're trying to get it done more rapidly, more swiftly. Instead of very loud, try deafening, thunderous, or ear-splitting. The fireworks display was deafening, so they couldn't hear anything else other than the fireworks, but it was still enjoyable. Thunderous. The audience gave a thunderous round of applause. Their clapping was so loud, so very loud, that it sounded like the booming of thunder, right? Ear-splitting. The siren's ear-splitting sound woke up the neighborhood. This is a really intense one. If a sound is ear-splitting, it's very loud and very sharp. It really hurts your ears to listen to. Here's an interesting one. Instead of very soft, try saying delicate, cushy, or mellow. Delicate is soft and fragile, requiring careful handling. The fabric, the soft material, this cloth, was so delicate it needed to be hand washed. Okay, so it's fragile. Remember this word meaning very weak? If you try to wash this fabric in a washing machine, it could rip, it could tear. It's very delicate, very, very soft and fragile and weak, so you need to wash it by hand, using your hands. Cushy, the chair was so cushy that I almost fell asleep. Cushy is a little different than delicate, meaning soft and comfortable, often excessively so, right? Excessively. So it's almost too soft. It's almost too comfortable. It was so cushy, maybe they're trying to work, but they accidentally fall asleep instead. We can use mellow to talk about the soft tone or flavor of something, such as music. The music was very soft, so it was mellow music, perfect for relaxing. Last one, guys. Instead of very disorganized, try saying chaotic, haphazard, or cluttered. Chaotic means completely disordered and messy. There is zero control. So the office was chaotic after the team rushed to finish the project. People are rushing around in the office. There's a lot of chaos. There's no control. It's completely disordered. It's a big mess. It is super disorganized, so we can say that the office is really chaotic right now. If something is haphazard, then that means it's lacking any plan, organization, or system. There is no means of organizing it, no system for keeping it in check. The books on the shelf were arranged in a haphazard manner. In other words, there is no rhyme or reason to how the books are placed on the shelf. They're just randomly, haphazardly placed on the shelf. It's a big, chaotic, disorganized mess. Cluttered means filled with too many things, making it untidy, like a house can be very cluttered, right? Their living room was so cluttered. It was filled with so many things. It was so untidy, so disorganized that there was no place to sit. Maybe my office where I record my videos looks organized from this angle, but you guys have no idea how messy, how chaotic, how haphazard, how cluttered my office space actually is. What about you? Do you keep your home organized? Maybe even in pristine condition? Maybe even immaculate? Remember these words? Very, very clean? Or do you let it get cluttered and disorganized? Let me know down in the comments. It's time to test your knowledge, my friends. Instead of saying very happy, you could say what? He was blank when he got tickets to see his favorite band. In 3, 2, 1, you could say ecstatic, jubilant, or overjoyed. After eating a huge meal, he felt what? He felt very full. He felt 3, 2, 1. Stuffed, bloated, or satiated. He felt stuffed. He felt bloated. He felt satiated, like he was going to explode. After a long day at work, she felt completely what? She felt very tired, very tired. How can we say that in a more intelligent way? 3, 2, 1. She felt beat. She felt wiped out. She felt exhausted. When someone dented his car, he became very angry. He became 3, 2, 1. Furious, livid, apoplectic. Apoplectic. He became so angry. The weather was so very cold that they regretted not bringing a jacket. Yeah, they regretted not bringing one because it was very cold outside. It was 3, 2, 1. It was freezing. It was chilly. It was frigid. The sun was something as we walked across the desert. It was very hot. It was 3, 2, 1. It was scorching. It was sweltering. It was boiling. She was what when she heard strange noises in the house? Very afraid, very scared. How can we say that with a more advanced word? Do you remember? 3, 2, 1. She was terrified. She was petrified. She was shaken. We could also say she was shaken up. The elderly man looked very weak, but he was still cheerful. In 3, 2, 1. He looked frail. He looked feeble. He looked fragile. Final 2 questions here. The lecture was so what? So very boring that half the class fell asleep. And 3, 2, 1. It was so dull, so monotonous, so tedious that it put the class to sleep. The comedy show was very funny, and everyone laughed all night. In 3, 2, 1. It was hilarious. It was an amusing show. It was an entertaining comedy show. Awesome job, my friends. How many of those 10 questions did you get correct? Let me know down in the comments. And here we are at the final part of today's video. If you've made it this far, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing amazing. Now we are going to see some of those advanced words, those more intelligent words used in a story. Just sit back, relax, and listen. I will read it to you. Let's take a look. A night of unexpected surprises. Last Friday, Mia was feeling wiped out, very tired, after a long week at work. Her boss had been especially demanding, and by the time she got home, she was ready to collapse. But her best friend, Sarah, had other plans. "Come on, Mia," Sarah said over the phone. "I promise you'll feel ecstatic, very happy, once we're out on the town." Reluctantly, Mia agreed. If you agree reluctantly, you say yes, but you don't really want to say yes, right? The weather was freezing. It was frigid. It was chilly. It was very cold as they stepped outside, and she regretted not grabbing a thicker coat. "It's frigid out here," Mia complained, pulling her scarf tighter. They hurried into a cozy little cafe where the smell of fresh pastries made them both realize how hungry they were. Mia ordered a massive croissant sandwich, and after devouring it, she felt completely stuffed, very full. "I shouldn't have eaten so much," she groaned. "I feel a little bloated now." As the night went on, their quiet evening turned chaotic. The cafe had double booked their table, and an argument broke out nearby. One man became livid, became furious, became apoplectic, yelling at the staff about his reservation. The tension in the room felt almost apoplectic, and Sarah whispered, "Let's get out of here before it gets worse." They left and decided to walk along the park instead. The snow made the park look absolutely stunning, very beautiful, gorgeous, breathtaking, we could also say. Under the moonlight, Sarah pulled out her phone to take pictures, marveling at the gorgeous scenery. This place is so exquisite, she said, pointing to the frosted trees. By the end of the night, Mia admitted she felt much better. I needed this, she said, smiling. Sometimes, even when you're wiped out, very tired, a little adventure is all it takes to feel ecstatic, very happy again. I really hope today's video was helpful for you guys. You know, as a language learner myself, as somebody who studies Chinese, I just try to think about what videos I wish existed for people learning Chinese, and then I make those videos in English for you guys. So don't forget to support me if you found this video helpful. And you know what? If you are in the middle of a study session, keep going. I'm going to put another one of my videos up on the screen. Go and click on it. I will meet you there. Let's keep studying together. Spill the tea? Ghost your friend? Get lit at a party? Stan a celebrity? Huh? If you are learning English and you are confused by some of the slang words that you sometimes see on the internet, then you clicked on the right video. That's because in today's full and free English lesson, we are going to be taking a deep dive into the crazy world of English internet slang. Here's the plan for today. In part 1 of today's video, we're going to learn 10 slang words. Yeah, I will explain them very clearly to you, and we will see how all of them are used correctly in context. In part 2, we will see these words that we've just learned used in a story. That's right, we're going to read a short story together, and in that story, we are going to see all of the new words that we've learned here today. In the final part of today's video, part 3, we are going to have some speaking practice. Yeah, we will have a chance to hone our spoken English and respond to an interesting question. Now, if all of that sounds good to you and you're ready to get started, I just have a small favor to ask. Make sure you click like on this video to support me as your YouTube English teacher, and make sure you watch all the way till the end. All right, let's jump in. The first slang term I'd like to talk about is ghosted. Ghosted, yeah, like a ghost, right? But used as a verb. What does it mean? When someone suddenly stops communicating with you without any explanation, right? You're talking to someone, you're having a conversation with them on the internet, right? Maybe you're texting, maybe you're sending messages back and forth, and then suddenly they stop replying to you. And there is no explanation. There's no reason why. They just stop and they leave you feeling confused. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Did I do something wrong? You've been ghosted, right? That's the word, ghosted. Here are some synonyms or similar words. Maybe ignored, we could say, is a synonym of ghosted. If somebody ignores you, they start ignoring you without any reason, without any explanation, they've ghosted you. Cut off is another synonym that we could compare to ghosted. If somebody cuts you off and they don't tell you why, then they are ghosting you. Some antonyms or opposite words might be respond or engage, right? If you respond to someone, then you reply to them. If you are engaging with someone, then you are interacting with them, right? You are actually having a conversation. Now let's take a look at 2 different example sentences so we can see how this is used in correct context. Here's the first one. I thought we were getting along well, but then he ghosted me out of nowhere. Okay, now in this example sentence, you can see that the person is surprised, right? They didn't see this coming. They didn't expect this to happen. They say, I thought we were getting along well. I thought things were going good, but then he ghosted me out of nowhere. What does that mean, out of nowhere? We could also say, out of the blue. It kind of means without any reason or very suddenly and unexpectedly, like you really didn't think it would happen, but it did. Here's another example sentence. She felt really hurt when her friend ghosted her after their argument. Okay, so they have an argument, they're fighting. This girl, she feels really hurt, and then suddenly her friend ghosts her. Okay, her friend stops replying to her, stops communicating with her, cuts her off, and ignores her. Okay, now here's a personal connection, because I think when we are learning new words, it's important to relate them or connect them to ourselves, okay? That helps us get a grasp on the words. So here's a question. Have you ever been ghosted? I hope you guys haven't been ghosted, and I also hope you've never ghosted someone else. You can pause the video and think about this question, maybe talk out loud, or leave me a comment down in the comments section. All right, let's move on to the next slang term. Up next, we have flex. It's a verb. Yeah, like you flex your muscles, right? You flex your muscles to show them off. Well, this is used in a similar way, but you're not showing off your muscles, you're showing off something else. So we use flex as a verb to show off something, usually to impress others, okay? Maybe some synonyms could be brag or show off. Yeah, you are letting people see something good that you have because you want them to be impressed, or you want to impress them. You want them to think highly of you, right? Now, here are some antonyms. If you're not bragging, if you're not showing off, if you're not flexing, you're doing the opposite of those things. Maybe you're being humble. Yeah. If someone is humble, they don't feel a need to be flashy. They don't feel a need to show off or brag or impress people, right? Yeah, maybe they even downplay their achievements. Somebody says, wow, that's a really nice car you have. They say, it's so-so. It's no big deal, really. Let's take a look at these example sentences. He loves to flex his new car whenever he drives by the school. Okay, so this guy, he is driving by a school, and when he does so, because he cares what these people think, he wants their admiration, he wants their respect, he wants them to think that he's cool. What does he do? He flexes. Does he flex his muscles? No, he flexes his new car. Basically just meaning he lets them see his car, right? Because he knows if they see his car, they will be impressed. So he's bragging, right? He's showing off. He's not being humble. He's not downplaying his nice, expensive, fancy car, right? Here's another example. She posted a picture on Instagram to flex her vacation in Hawaii. Yeah, what else can you flex? You can flex a vacation. She posts on Instagram, she's showing off, she's bragging, right? Now, here's a personal connection for you guys. If you use Instagram, here's a question. Do you ever flex online? Maybe something good happens to you. Maybe you get a new thing, like a new car. Maybe you go somewhere cool. You go to a fancy restaurant. Do you ever post pictures on Instagram just to flex, just to show off, just to brag? Yeah, you can let me know down in the comments or pause and reply out loud. Up next, we have tea. Yeah, tea, like the beverage that you drink, right? Now, this tea means gossip or latest news. In other words, we could say, yeah, gossip or a scoop. What's the scoop? What's the gossip? What are the rumors? What are people secretly talking about, right? Usually about some drama, some drama, maybe drama at work, maybe drama within a friend group, a group of friends, right? So if you want someone to spill the tea, then you want them to tell you all about the latest gossip, the latest drama. You want the scoop on the situation, kind of like a scoop of ice cream, right? If you want the scoop, then you want to know what's going on. Some antonyms might be minding your business or keeping to yourself. Yeah, maybe you know there's some drama going on. Some people are arguing or they're not getting along or something dramatic happened, but you take a different approach. You don't care about the tea, the gossip, getting the scoop. You say, you know what? I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to mind my business. I'm going to keep to myself. Example sentences. I've got some juicy tea about what happened at the party last night. Spill the tea. I want to know what everyone's talking about. Now, here's a personal connection for you guys. Are you good at keeping secrets? Or do you spill the tea? Do you tend to reveal secrets or gossip or talk about drama? I have to admit, I know for me personally, I'm not great with secrets. If you tell me something, I'm going to want to tell my friends. I'm going to want to talk to my wife about it, especially if it's juicy drama. Juicy gossip, juicy news, right? If something is juicy, ooh, that means it's really good. You really want to talk about it. You really want to share it with people. Up next, we have a really interesting one, FOMO. FOMO, now this is an acronym. An acronym. What's an acronym? It means every letter in the word stands for a word. So it really means fear of missing out. FOMO, fear of missing out. In other words, you want to be somewhere you are not. Yeah, so maybe, your friends are all at this big, exciting party and they're posting pictures, flexing online, right? And you are not there. Maybe you are stuck at home. Maybe you're sick. Maybe you have some extra work to do or extra homework. And you're looking at these pictures online, feeling so envious, so jealous. You're feeling a lot of anxiety. You're thinking, oh man, I really wish I could be there with them, but I'm stuck here at home. Now, maybe if you don't get any FOMO at all, we can say contentment or satisfaction. These two words basically just mean that you are happy with the way things are. You don't need to be anywhere else. You don't need to be doing anything else. You don't need to be with anyone else. You're happy with how things are right now. Okay, let's take a look at example sentences. I didn't go to the concert and now I have serious FOMO seeing all the posts online. Yeah, this person who's talking, maybe their friends are flexing online, posting pictures, trying to make people feel jealous, right? So they've got FOMO, a fear of missing out. They're envious. They're jealous. They have anxiety. They wish they were there. They are not feeling content. They are not feeling satisfied. Her FOMO kicked in when she saw all her friends hanging out without her, okay? Now, here's a personal connection. Do you tend to get bad FOMO or not so much? For me personally, when I was younger, I'm 30 years old now, maybe when I was 20 years old, if I saw all of my friends out at a bar or a club, having fun, posting pictures, I would feel so jealous, so, envious. I would have bad FOMO. We can say, I have FOMO or I got FOMO, right? So I would get terrible FOMO. I would really wish that I could be there, right? But now that I'm a little bit older, I don't really care so much. I'm happy to stay home, watch TV with my wife and my dog and relax. That's what makes me happy now. What about you guys? You can respond out loud or let me know in the comments section. Our next word is salty. Salty. Yeah, we can say food is salty if there's too much salt and it affects the taste of the food. But this is a really fun slang term because it means something totally different when you use it this way. If you use it this way, that means you are feeling upset or bitter, usually over something small. Yeah, so you're a little bit angry about something small that happened. Maybe it's not a big deal, like you're not that upset, you're not that angry, but you're a little salty, you're a little ticked off. Ticked off. Or maybe we could say irritated. Irritated, right? You're bitter, you're annoyed, you're ticked off. Yeah, you're feeling a little bit upset. It's not a huge deal, but you're a little bit salty, okay? Yeah, we have the same antonyms as before, content or satisfied, or maybe something doesn't really affect you. You know, if somebody does something small, maybe it irritates your friend and they feel a little salty, but you say, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. That didn't really upset me. I don't feel any kind of way. I don't feel any kind of way. It didn't affect me, right? Okay. Example sentences. He's still salty about losing the game last night. Okay, so to a lot of people, maybe losing the game wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? And yeah, to him, maybe it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, but he's still feeling a little bit salty about it, right? She got really salty when someone else got the promotion she wanted. Okay, well, if you're salty, a little salty, you're just a little upset. If you're really salty, then maybe you're mad. Maybe it's starting to become a big deal, right? Somebody else got the promotion that she wanted. They got the job at work with the bigger title, the more important title, the better salary. That made her salty. So here's a personal connection question for you guys. What's something you get salty over? I would say that out of all of the 10 slang words we are learning today, low-key is probably the most difficult to understand because what we're talking about is something that's a little bit hard to use correctly. Okay, so here's what it means. Something that's understated or not too obvious. Okay, in other words, subtle, played down, or maybe you don't make a big deal out of it. Okay, so antonyms, opposite words might be if something is obvious, if something is in your face, then it is not low key. Okay, so I think we should jump right to the example sentences. She's low key nervous about the test, but she doesn't want to show it. Okay, she's low-key nervous. So she is nervous, but she's not making a big deal out of it. She's not running around letting everyone know how she feels. She's keeping it on the DL. She's keeping it on the down low. Okay, there's another slang expression for you. If you keep something on the DL, you keep it on the down low. Yeah, you kind of play it down. You don't make a big deal about it, or you don't make a big deal out of it. You're not going to be so obvious and letting everybody know. Here's another example. I low-key hate this TV show. Okay, so if you low-key hate a show, maybe you're not going to make a post about it online discussing why you hate it. You're not going to let everyone know that you hate it, right? You're going to be a little more subtle. You're not going to be so obvious. You're going to play it down. You're not going to make a big deal out of it. You low-key hate it. Now, here's a funny personal connection question for you guys. What's a part of learning English that low-key bugs you? Bugs means bothers you. Maybe it annoys you, it bothers you, makes you upset, right? What's a part of learning English that low key bugs you? Yeah, so you don't, talk about it all the time. You don't complain about it openly, but maybe it does bother you. So it low key bugs you. Yeah, I think there's a lot of crazy rules in English that don't make any sense. Like, why is this pronounced ear, but this is pronounced bear, but this isn't pronounced baird, it's pronounced beard, right? There's like no logic to it, and I kinda low-key hate that. Okay, here's a fun expression, binge. It means to watch or do something excessively. Excessively means like too much, right? Too much or beyond the normal amount. Usually we're talking about watching a TV show, right? So if you binge a TV show, maybe you watch 20 episodes of the show in one day. One after the next, after the next, after the next. You just keep watching. We can say you watch excessively. You overindulge. You have a marathon, right? Now, antonyms or opposite words might be moderation, right? You don't take it too far. You don't do too much. Maybe you watch one episode every night. You refrain from binging the show. Refrain kind of means you stop yourself or you hold back. You hold back, right? Okay, so I spent the weekend binging the entire season of that show. The entire season, they really went for it. They just kept watching and watching and watching. They binged the show. He likes to binge on snacks while watching movies, okay? Yeah, we could also say you binge on food, okay? You binge on food, you binge on some kind of content. Maybe if there's a YouTuber who you really like and you really like their videos, you can binge their content. Watch all of their videos, right? Okay, so here's a personal connection. What's a TV series you couldn't help but binge? Here's my personal connection. I remember when I was about 14 years old, I binge watched the show Lost with my dad and my sister. Yeah, we could say that I binged the show or I binge watched the show. Both are okay. What about you? Is there a show that you binge watched because you just couldn't stop watching? You can pause and reply out loud to practice your speaking, or you can practice your writing, okay? Leave me a comment. Okay, now here's a slang term that kind of annoys people because it's used so much. So be careful how you use this one because people might think it's kind of trashy if you use this word, kind of annoying if you use this word. That's just because it's been overused for so long online. It's been overused for so long that people are kind of tired of it. They're kind of sick of it. They're kind of done with it. Lit. You use lit to describe usually an event that is very amazing, exciting, and really fun, right? Usually we're talking about an event like a concert or a party or a show that you went to. We could also say that movie was lit. It was really good. That song was lit. That song was fire, right? Maybe fire is another synonym here, fire. The opposite antonyms might be if something is dull. Dull means uninteresting or boring, right? It doesn't excite you. It's not fun or amazing or awesome. It doesn't hold your interest. The concert last night was so lit. I had the best time. Yeah, if somebody said this to me in real life, I would be like, Did you really just say lit? So I have to warn you guys, it's a little bit cringe. It's a little bit cringe to use this word. What does cringe mean? It means this feeling right here. That's cringe, right? That party was lit. Everyone was dancing and having a blast, okay? The party was lit. Here's a personal connection question. Do you prefer a lit party or a small get-together with a few friends? In other words, how do you like to have fun? Do you like to go to like a club and get lit, right? Or do you like a small get-together, a small gathering with some close friends? And maybe you guys just have a small, low-key, a chill movie night or a game night. What kind of scene do you prefer? In other words, which option do you like more? Moving right along, we're almost done. Throw shade. Throw shade. A subtle insult or criticism. Now remember, subtle means like not too obvious, not too apparent, okay? Not really in your face. Subtle, played down, low key. So here's some synonyms. If you talk smack, talk shit, right? Talk smack. We could also say talk crap about somebody, or you insult them. Maybe you say bad things about someone is a simpler way of understanding this. You are saying bad things about someone. You are throwing shade at them. Okay? Antonyms would be to praise or compliment someone. These just mean that you say good things about somebody. She threw shade at her ex in her latest tweet. Wow, this is like the most millennial sentence of all time. She threw shade at her ex. Her ex could be ex-boyfriend, right? So she went on Twitter, twitter.com. She made a tweet, kind of like she made a post. And in that post, she threw shade at her ex. So she was saying bad things about her ex-boyfriend, right? Here's another example. I didn't mean to throw shade, but his outfit was really weird. So maybe this person was like kind of insulting the outfit. They were talking crap, talking bad about the outfit, and they feel kind of bad about it. Maybe they hurt the person's feelings, right? So now they're saying, I didn't mean to throw shade, but it was just so weird. Outfit means clothes, right? So they're talking about what this person is wearing. Personal connection. If someone threw shade your way at work, threw shade at you, would you call them out or just ignore it, right? So maybe you're at work and you hear somebody spills tea to you, lets you know that someone is throwing shade at you. They say, hey, you know what? He was saying bad things about you behind your back. Do you call them out? Do you, confront them? So basically you go up to them and say, hey, I heard what you said about me. That's not cool. You shouldn't do that. Or do you just ignore it? Do you have the mindset, the mentality of just kind of ignoring the problem and moving on and conserving your energy? Yeah, you don't want to waste energy. Now, I have to admit, when I was preparing this video, I had never heard this word before. So I learned something too when I was preparing this lesson: stan. If you stan something or someone as a verb, right, you strongly support it or you are a fan of it, okay? You stan a show, you stan a band, you stan a person, right? That means you're a huge fan, you really like it or them, okay? So antonyms could be if you oppose something, you criticize something, you are not a fan of something, you're not on board with something, okay? Those are all opposite ideas of stan, right? So example sentences, I stan that band so much. I've been to all their concerts. Okay, so maybe another way of thinking about this is this person is a huge fan, or they really love this band so much. They go to all their concerts. She's a huge fan of the singer. She totally stans her. To me, that sounds weird. Like, I've never heard this expression before, but I looked it up, and yeah, I guess this is something that people actually say, so okay, whatever. I guess I'm getting old, right? Is there a celebrity singer or band that you stan? Like maybe if this band or singer came to town, if they came to where you live, you would definitely go see their concert. You would definitely go to the show, and you would be in the front row with a sign and their t-shirt because you really stan them. Maybe let me know down in the comments. Okay, awesome, guys. Now, if you're still with me, I want you to take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you're doing awesome. You are making a big investment in your future as an English speaker, and you should be proud of yourself. Now, what we're going to do next is move on and read a story. The story incorporates all of those 10 slang words that we just learned. The story uses, incorporates, makes use of all 10 words, okay? So let's take a look, and we'll go kind of slow with this to make sure everything is clear. Emma had a low key, right, or subtle feeling that something was up. What does that mean? Something was up. There was a problem. There was an issue. Something was up. Okay, something was wrong. Her friend, Jake, who usually texted her all the time, suddenly stopped replying. Uh-oh. It felt like he had ghosted or ignored her, and she was starting to feel salty or bitter or angry about it. She decided to check social media, maybe Instagram or Facebook or WhatsApp, to see if she could find out what was going on. Yeah, she's really curious what was going on, right? She wants to get to the bottom of this. She wants to figure out, hey, what is happening? Why is he ignoring me? As she scrolled, she saw a post from their mutual friend, or a friend who is her friend and his friend, a friend they have in common, Amy. Amy was throwing shade. She was insulting in the comments about someone's outfit at the party last night. So Amy is throwing shade about what someone is wearing. Emma couldn't help but laugh. It was classic Amy. Classic Amy. That means, okay, this is just like her. Just like her. In other words, this is so her. She does this all the time. Then she saw a picture of Jake at that same party holding up a trophy. Here's a trophy. He's holding it up for everyone to see. Just as I thought, he's totally flexing, bragging, showing off. What is he flexing? He's flexing his win in the video game tournament they had all been talking about. So I guess they were competing, having a competition, having a tournament. He won the tournament, so now he's flexing. So Emma is taking a look at all of these different things, and she felt a bit of FOMO, fear of missing out, seeing everyone having such a great time while she was stuck at home. But then she remembered why she hadn't gone to the party, right? She was busy binging overindulging her favorite TV show. The new season had just dropped. In other words, it had just come out. It had just been released. Okay, so it's brand new, and it was too lit to miss. Ugh, that makes me cringe a little bit. I have to be honest, guys. I hate this word lit, but I guess people use it. It was too lit to miss. So in other words, she can't help but to watch it because it's so good. While watching, Emma started to feel a little better. She realized that even though she wasn't at the party, she was still doing something she enjoyed. Okay, so she's feeling better now. Her FOMO is going away. It's dissipating. It's disappearing. Plus, the latest episode had some major tea, some gossip. The main character finally revealed a big secret. Ooh, so if it's very dramatic, maybe some major tea has been spilled, okay? There's some juicy drama, juicy gossip. Now, Emma Stand, she supported that show so much she could hardly wait for the next episode. So she really loves this show. She stands the show, okay? In the end, Emma decided to text Jake. Maybe he wasn't ghosting, ignoring her on purpose. He was probably just busy. After all, she'd been so caught up in her show that she hadn't noticed much else either. And sure enough, Jake replied, apologizing, saying sorry for being MIA. There's another slang term that we didn't really discuss so far. MIA means unreachable. You can't get in touch with them. You can't get in contact with them. They are MIA, missing in action. Another acronym there. He'd been caught up in all the excitement of the tournament. So yeah, he was busy and she was overthinking it. Emma was reading too far into it. Yeah, she was reading too far into it. She was overthinking it, right? He'd been caught up in the excitement. He wasn't ghosting her on purpose. It was just an accident, a misunderstanding. So she smiled, feeling a lot less salty and ready to hang out with her friends again. Happy ending here. We've officially made it to the final part of today's video, the speaking practice part. I have a question for you. Imagine your friend ghosts you for a whole year, then wants to get back in touch. They want to reconnect. They want to start talking again. They want to resume communication after having ignored you for a whole year. How should you handle the situation? Do you forgive them and, pick up where you left off? In other words, pretend that everything is normal? Or do you stay salty? Maybe you call them out, give them a talking to. So what we're going to do, guys, is I will take a minute to respond to this question and show you what I'd like you to try and do. I want you to really push yourself to talk. Keep going for the full minute, because the more we push ourselves to speak, the more comfortable we will be speaking. It just makes sense, right? So I'll go first. I will respond for a full minute, then it will be your turn. All right, here I go. So in this situation, if I had a friend who ghosted me for a whole year, then they wanted to get back in touch, how would I handle it? Well, I think for me, it depends on the level of friendship. If the person is just kind of an acquaintance, someone who's a friend, but not maybe a great friend, then I'd probably let it slide. I'd let it slide or I'd let it go. I would not make a big deal out of it, or I'd not make a big deal about it, right? I would just say, okay, whatever. We're not really that good of friends. But if this person was a very good friend, a very close friend, a very personal friend to me, and they did that to me, I might be salty. I might call them out. We might have a fight about it. All right, guys, that was my 1 minute response. Now it's your turn. Once again, really push yourself. Go for it. If you are looking for the best way to make real progress with your English, then you clicked on the right video. Welcome back to all of my amazing students and subscribers in today's deep work lesson. We are going to learn English in my favorite way ever, with a short story. Yeah, today we will be taking a look at a classic story, The Emperor's New Clothes. Here's the plan for today. We will begin with a quick read of the story. Yeah, for this part, you can just sit back, relax, and listen as I read the story to you the first time, just to get a bird's eye view of the story. Yeah, just to get a general feel for the story. Following that, we will move on to a vocabulary breakdown, taking a closer look at some of the more challenging language used in the story to make sure that we can understand everything crystal clear. In part 3 of today's video, we will return to the story for a deep dive, going line by line and really picking apart the language of the story. This part 3, is the real meat and potatoes of my video. It's the part where you will make the most progress with your English. Finally, at the very end of today's lesson, we will have a chance to practice our writing or speaking skills, depending on which one you would like to improve, with a discussion question related to the story. If all of that sounds good and you're ready to get started, make sure you click like on this video to support me as your YouTube English teacher. Leave me a comment letting me know where you're watching from, and let's jump in. All right, guys, starting off with a quick read of the story. Once again, all you need to do is listen. Pay attention to the story. I will read it for you quickly the first time. Here we go. The Emperor's New Clothes. Once there was an emperor who was obsessed with wearing the finest clothes. He loved parading around in elaborate outfits, and everyone in his kingdom admired him. Well, at least they pretended to. One day, 2 cunning tailors showed up at the palace, claiming they could create the most magnificent clothes ever made, so magical, in fact, that they would be invisible to anyone who was stupid or unfit for their job. Naturally, the emperor was intrigued. Without hesitation, the emperor commissioned the tailors to craft the clothes for him. Days went by, and the tailors worked on what seemed like thin air, but the emperor didn't question it. He feared being seen as foolish, so he decided to go along with the plan, even though he couldn't see the clothes. When the big day finally arrived, the emperor paraded through the streets in his new clothes. He had no clue that the tailors had made up the whole thing. His helpers, who didn't want to look foolish either, praised the invisible clothes. So did the many people watching on the streets for fear of being mocked. But a small child with no fear of judgment called out the emperor. "He's not wearing anything at all. He's naked." The emperor was shocked, but he knew the child was right. He had been tricked. Realizing he had been deceived, the emperor tried to maintain his dignity, but the blunder turned out to be too big for anyone to ignore. The emperor learned a valuable lesson that day. A fear of looking foolish often makes us look like a fool. Okay, awesome, guys. That was just a brief, quick, fast read of the story. If some of the language felt unclear or too difficult, too hard for you, then don't worry, because we are going to spend the rest of this video really taking a close look at the language used in the story. Now, in the vocabulary breakdown, I'd like to focus on phrasal verbs. Yeah, phrasal verbs. The first one I want to talk about is make up. What does it mean to make up something? It means to create or fabricate a story, lie, or excuse. Some synonyms could be, fabricate. If you fabricate a story, you make up a story that isn't true, right? We could say fabricate. We could say concoct. If you make up a lie, if you concoct a lie, it means the same thing. We could also say spin a tall tale. A tall tale means a story that's not true, right? Or we could say spin a lie. These are all different ways of saying the same thing, of saying you make up something. Let's take a look at some example sentences. The tailors made up a story about the magical qualities of the clothes, right? They told the emperor, the ruler of this land, they said to him, "If you are stupid, then you can't see the clothes." They said that the clothes have this magical quality, this magical thing about them. So, of course, the emperor did not want to look stupid, so he claimed that he could see them, right? This was just a story that the tailors made up. It was a tall tale that they spun for the emperor. It was a lie they concocted. It was a story that they fabricated in order to trick the emperor. Here's another example, unrelated to the story, so this has nothing to do with today's story. He made up an excuse to avoid attending the meeting. Okay. Attending just means, you go to something, you show up to something. So it sounds like this guy really wanted to avoid the meeting. He did not want to go. So what did he do? He made up an excuse. He spun a lie. He fabricated a story. He concocted a story. He made something up. He found some kind of excuse that was not true so that he did not have to go. Have you guys ever made up an excuse to get out of work, or in other words, avoid going to work? You can let me know down in the comments section. Another phrasal verb I'd like to talk about is go along with. Go along with. What does it mean if you go along with something? It means you agree to or support something. So you agree to doing something or you agree to support something. Even if you don't fully believe in it, even if you're not fully on board. We could also say fully on board. Yeah, I don't 100% believe in this plan. I don't really think it can work, so I'm not fully on board, right? Some synonyms for go along with could be you support something, you comply, you agree, you give in to do something. In the story, we saw the emperor went along with the tailor's lie, pretending to see the clothes, right? So even though he could not see the clothes himself, he still went along with it. He still complied with their demands. He still supported this idea of the clothes being magic, having magical qualities, and anyone who can't see them is stupid. All of these ideas he supported. He agreed to all of this, and he went along with it. Yeah, when the tailors made up all this stuff, he gave in and he followed along. An unrelated example sentence here. Even though she didn't like the idea, she went along with the plan to keep the peace. Really great expression here as well. Keep the peace basically means avoid conflict. Yeah, conflict is like problems with someone, right? If you have conflict with someone at work, then maybe you butt heads. You butt heads could be another way of saying that. You don't see eye to eye could be another way of saying that. You disagree and maybe you argue about things, right? So if you want to avoid all of that, if you don't want to get caught up in all of this conflict and butting heads and not seeing eye to eye and, fighting, then maybe you want to keep the peace. You want to avoid all of that, right? So in this example, we have this woman, and it seems like a plan has been proposed at work. Someone has come up with a plan, and even though she doesn't like the plan, she doesn't like this idea, what does she do? Does she butt heads with the person about the plan? Does she get into some conflict with the person who came up with the plan? Does she start a fight, start an argument? No, she decides she's going to go along with it. She's going to comply. She's going to give in. She's going to support the plan. She's going to agree to go along with the plan in order to keep the peace. In other words, because she wants to avoid all of these negative things, right? Let's pretend that at work, your boss suggested a plan that you thought was a bad idea. What kind of employee are you? Are you the kind of person who would just go along with it and say, you know what, boss, you're right, let's do your plan? Or would you butt heads with your boss? You can let me know down in the comments. The next phrasal verb I'd like to talk about is call out. What does it mean if you call someone out or call something out? We're not talking about yelling or shouting. We're not talking about that sort of calling out. Yeah, we're talking about a different kind of calling out. It means to challenge someone's actions or words publicly. Here is the key word in this definition. You can't really call someone out privately. If you call someone out, you are saying that they are wrong, you're saying that they've made a mistake, you are challenging them, and most importantly, you are doing it publicly. You are doing it in an environment, in a space, in a setting where everyone can see what's happening. Some synonyms could be challenging someone publicly, questioning them publicly, confronting them publicly, even exposing them, right? If you expose them, you are holding them accountable for some decisions they've made that you do not think are right, for some things they've done that you think are wrong. Here's an example from the story. A child in the crowd, in this group of people, right? This crowd called out the emperor's lack of clothing. He saw a weird situation going on, this kid, right? And he called it out. He called out the emperor in front of everyone, right? Now, if this kid had gone up to the emperor in private and whispered, "I don't think you're wearing any clothes," that would not be calling him out, right? Because it wasn't done in front of lots of people. It wasn't done publicly. Here's another example sentence. She called out her coworker's mistake during the meeting. Yeah, that's pretty intense, right? If you call out a coworker's mistake. So basically, you are exposing, you are shining a light on a mistake, a blunder, an error that your coworker has made. A coworker, someone you work with, right? And you do this during a meeting, in the middle of a meeting. That's pretty intense, right? You are really putting them on the spot. Yeah, you're putting them in a pretty uncomfortable position. But you know what? If the mistake is really bad, maybe they should be called out, right? Down here, just for fun, I'm going to draw a picture of somebody calling someone out, right? Look, they're pointing a finger at this person. The person looks shocked. Maybe they weren't expecting to get called out, but this guy is ticked off. He's really mad. Maybe we could even say he is irate. Irate means super mad. He's furious, right? This guy has made a big mistake and he's made him mad. So person A is calling out person B. And look, there's lots of people watching from the sidelines. Lots of people watching, right? So this is being done publicly. Here's some more language I'd like to talk about. Look down on, another phrasal verb. What does it mean to look down on something or someone? It means that you think someone is inferior to you or less important than you. There are lots and lots of synonyms for this idea of looking down on someone, of thinking someone is not as good as you. But here are just a couple examples. If you belittle someone, you put them down. Yeah, you put someone down. If you demean someone, disparage someone, deride someone, these are all different ways of saying that you treat someone as not being as good as you. You treat someone in a way that makes it seem like you think they are worse than you. You treat them in a manner, in a style that reflects what you think, and you think that they are worse than you, inferior to you. In the story, we saw the emperor looked down on anyone who doubted his new clothes, right? Now, why does the emperor do this? The emperor really bought in to this lie that the tailors spun, to this false idea that the clothes are magic and anyone who can't see them is stupid, right? That's what the tailors, or the people who make clothes, told the emperor, right? They said, if someone can't see these clothes, it means they are stupid. It means they are bad, right? And so anyone who doubts that the emperor is actually wearing clothes, how does he feel about them? He looks down on them. He sees them as being inferior to him. He thinks they are less important than him. He wants to demean them. He wants to put them down. He wants to deride them, disparage them, belittle them, because in his mind, they are worse than him because they can't see the clothes, and he believes this fake story about the clothes. Here's another example unrelated to the story. They always look down on people who don't share their opinions. Kind of an interesting example, right? So we have them, right? They, and what do? They always look down on people. People who do what? people who don't share their opinions. So, yeah, maybe these people think it's very important to share opinions. And if someone is not willing to speak up, if someone is not willing to be vocal or speak up, right, about their opinions, then they really don't respect that. They look down on these people. They see them as being less important. They see them as inferior to themselves. They want to belittle them. They, might demean them or disparage them or deride them. These three right here are very similar, by the way. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I kind of look down on people who are really loud in public, and they don't seem to have a lot of respect for other people in this way. Maybe they're having a loud phone conversation on a bus, a crowded bus, or on a crowded subway, right? And everyone else is being quiet, but they are being super loud. I kind of look down on this type of person. I look down on this behavior. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to demean them or deride them or belittle them or disparage them or actually go and put them down. I wouldn't actually do something about it. But I do think that I would look down on them. I would see this kind of behavior as being kind of trashy. Is there a behavior that you guys look down on? Another way of thinking about it is that you don't approve, right? You don't approve of this behavior. Is there a kind of behavior that you guys look down on? You can let me know once again in the comments section. All right, guys, one last phrasal verb to discuss together, and then we are going to return to the story for a deep dive. I want to talk about turn out. What does it mean, turn out? It means to have a particular, we could also say specific, a specific result or an unexpected result. Another way of thinking about this could be like, to everyone's surprise, something happens. People didn't expect it to happen. People didn't think it would happen, but it did, right? So here's an example from our story today. It turned out that the clothes were never real in the first place. So this is a big reveal, right? This is something totally unexpected. Everyone was shocked by this. We could also say it was a twist. There was a twist in the story, right? It turned out it was unexpectedly revealed that the clothes were never real in the first place. Here is this phrasal verb used in a slightly different way. The event turned out to be a huge success despite the bad weather. So even though there is this bad weather, right? The event, some big event going on, in the end, it turned out to be a huge success, right? It was a victory in the end, even though there was bad weather. So, people were looking at this bad weather and they were maybe thinking, man, I don't know about this event. This event is not looking promising. This is not looking like it's going to be successful, right? But then, to everyone's surprise, there was a twist. There was this big reveal. There was an unexpected result, which is that the event turned out to be a huge success, even though there was bad weather. All right, we made it through the quick read. We made it through the vocab breakdown. Now it's time to go back to this story. We're going to return to the emperor's new clothes, and this time we are really going to roll up our sleeves, and we're going to get our hands dirty in the language of this story. Yeah, we're going to take a really close look at every single word, going line by line. Now, guys, this is a really great opportunity at this point in the video. If you haven't done so yet, leave me a like, leave me a comment, make sure you are subscribed, maybe even share my videos with a friend or become a channel member. These are your ways to support me as your YouTube English teacher. All right, let's dive in. The emperor's new clothes. We know what an emperor is, right? Kind of like a king, a ruler, we could say. Someone who rules over an area or a group of people is an emperor, okay? So the emperor's new clothes. Once there was an emperor, a ruler, right, who was obsessed with wearing the finest clothes. If you are obsessed with something, that means you cannot stop thinking about it. It is stuck in your head. You spend a lot of time thinking about it. So we have this emperor here. What is he obsessed with? He's obsessed with wearing clothes, but not just any clothes, not just ordinary clothes, right? He's obsessed with wearing the finest clothes. So another way of thinking about finest is just best or highest quality, right? Of all the clothes in the land, this emperor is obsessed with wearing the nicest, the best, the highest quality clothes. He loved parading around in elaborate outfits, and everyone in his kingdom admired him. Well, at least they pretended to. So if you parade around, right, then that means you are kind of showing off. You're walking around and you're showing off. You're very proud of something, right? So he's parading around because he has these elaborate outfits. An outfit is just like a set of clothing, right? Elaborate means, it's very detailed. It's very intricate. Maybe the design is really impressive. Maybe there's a very fancy pattern on the clothes, right? Something about it is really impressive and really special. Okay, so, this is what the emperor loved to do. Parade around wearing elaborate outfits, and everyone in his kingdom or the area that he controls admires him. What does it mean to admire someone? If you admire someone, you think they are great, right? You think they are awesome. You think they are wonderful. So, he thinks that everyone in his kingdom admires him, but it sounds like they're just pretending to. So moving on, one day something happens. Two cunning tailors showed up at the palace, claiming they could create the most magnificent clothes ever made. Let's stop there. Okay, so we've got cunning tailors, right? If you are cunning, then you are really, really intelligent. You are really, really smart if you are cunning. And cunning is kind of a little bit crafty too, a little bit sneaky. Like we could say a fox is really cunning, right? It's kind of like smart in a slightly deceptive or sneaky way. Okay, so we've got these tailors. They're cunning. A tailor is somebody who works on clothing, maybe trimming clothing. So these two tailors, they show up where? At the palace where the emperor lives, and they claim they can do something amazing. If you claim you can do something, then you are sort of making a big statement. You are making a bold statement. I think I can do this. And maybe other people aren't totally sold. Maybe they're not totally convinced. Other people are looking at this thinking, I'm not so sure. Maybe I claim that I can run an entire marathon without any training. That's a very bold claim, a very big claim, a very big statement, right? So other people would hear that and they would think about it and they would be a little bit skeptical, right? So anyway, these cunning tailors are claiming that they can make the most magnificent clothes ever made. Magnificent means just amazing. just really amazing, really incredible, really breathtaking, right? And they claim that these clothes are going to be so magical, in fact, that they would be invisible to anyone who was stupid or unfit for their job. So, in other words, this claim that the tailors are making, what is it? They're saying that these clothes are so special, they are so amazing, that if you can't see them, then you are terrible and you're stupid, or you're not good at your job, or you're just bad, right? So basically, anyone who is good can see the clothes. Anyone who is bad can't see them. So, naturally, the emperor was intrigued by this claim, by this bold claim, by this story, right? What is intrigued? If you are intrigued, then you want to know more. You're a little bit curious. They've got your interest. Something has gotten your attention. Without hesitation, without any kind of delay, without waiting at all, the emperor commissioned the tailors to craft the clothes for him. If you commission something, then you order it to be made for you. Like maybe I talk to a painter and I commission a painting. That means that this painting is going to be specially made for me, right? So the emperor commissions the tailors to craft or make these special clothes for him. Okay, now some time goes by. Days went by, and the tailors worked on what seemed like thin air. Just another way of saying nothing. Seems like nothing. But the emperor didn't question it. He didn't make his suspicions known. He didn't raise the alarm. He didn't confront the tailors, right? He didn't try to talk to them about it. He just let it go. He just let it slide. Why did he let it go? Why did he let it slide? Well, he feared being seen as foolish or stupid or inferior or bad, right? So he made a decision to go along with the plan. He's going to comply with the wishes of these tailors, right? He's going along with it, even though he couldn't see the clothes. Okay, so then the big day finally arrives. It finally comes. It's finally here. What's the big day? The emperor's magic clothes. His magnificent new outfit is finally finished. So he puts it on. He's pretending, right? Like he can feel the clothes. He's saying, wow, these look amazing. These look so good. Even though he can't feel anything, he can't see anything. And the emperor, he parades through the streets in his quote unquote new clothes. Does he really have new clothes? No, he's been tricked, obviously, right? He had no clue. He had no idea that the tailors had made up the whole thing. They had fabricated the whole thing. They had spun a tall tale. They had lied to him. His helpers, the people who help him, his assistants, right? They didn't want to look foolish either, so they praised the invisible clothes. If you praise something, then you talk about how amazing it is, how great it is. I like to praise my students who leave comments on my videos, for example. Yeah, people will leave me a comment letting me know how hard they are working, telling me more about their English journey, and I make it a point to praise them, to, encourage them, because I think verbal encouragement is really important, right? So no one is saying anything about this crazy situation. Everyone is pretending like they can see the clothes, and they are praising the outfit, singing praises of the outfit, right? Talking about how great it looks when in reality they can't see it at all. And Not just the helpers, so did the many people watching on the streets. Yeah, the people watching from the streets, the onlookers, right? The people watching all of this happen, they praise the clothes as well. They turn to each other and say, hey, did you know that if you can't see the clothes, you're stupid? And the other person says, oh, of course, I see the clothes. They look so cool. They look beautiful. Why? Don't you see the clothes? They're doing this because they are scared of being mocked. They are scared of being made fun of. They don't want people to ridicule them. They don't want other people to put them down or, do mean things to them. They do not want to be the butt of the joke. But then something really interesting happens. I love the twist in this story. A small child, just a little kid with no fear of judgment because he's so little, right? He's not scared of being judged. He's not afraid of other people putting him down. He called out the emperor. He really exposed him. He really put him on the spot. He challenged him publicly. He said, he's not wearing anything at all. He's naked. He's nude. He is without clothes, right? The emperor was shocked. He was stunned. He couldn't believe it. But he knew the child was right. He knew the child was correct. He had indeed been tricked. Realizing he had been deceived just means tricked, right? The emperor tried to maintain his dignity. Ooh, this is pretty difficult. If you maintain your dignity, maintain means to keep, right? Or to hold on to something, to not let something go. So he wants to keep his dignity. Dignity is a very tricky word to understand and explain. But an easy way to think about it is just respect, right? He wants other people to continue to respect him. He wants to maintain his dignity, but the blunder means mistake, right? This big mistake that he's made, this big error that he's made, it turned out to be too big for anyone to ignore. Yeah, they can't look the other way. I mean, the emperor has made such a big mistake that I don't think he's going to be able to hang on to his respect. I don't think he's going to be able to keep his dignity. I don't think he will be able to maintain his dignity. So the emperor learned a valuable lesson that day, a valuable lesson, a very important lesson, a lesson that is very much worth learning, right? What was the lesson? A fear of looking foolish often makes us look like a fool. Yeah. If you think about this story, the people who looked like fools at the end of the story were all the people who were scared of looking foolish, so they just went along with the tailor's plan. The only people who don't look like fools at the end of this story are the kid and the tailors, right? If you have made it this far in the video, you are doing such a fantastic job. And as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. So take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend. Now, what I'd like to do for the rest of this video is dive into a discussion question. Now, there's two ways we can do this, right? You can practice your speaking skills, or you can practice your writing skills if you are not in a place where you are able to speak out loud. Here's the question I want to take a look at. What was a situation you were in that turned out to be way better than you expected, using this phrasal verb that we learned today, turned out? So, in other words, was there a situation you were in? Maybe it was a new environment. Maybe it was a party, maybe it was a trip that you took, and you weren't expecting much. Your expectations were low, or maybe you even thought it was going to be very bad, right? But then in the end, it far exceeded your expectations. In other words, it turned out to be way better than you expected. You were pleasantly surprised. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take 30 seconds and I'm going to respond to this, and then it will be your turn. So I'd like you to take 30 seconds when I'm finished and really push yourself to talk for the full 30 seconds, or use that 30 seconds to write a comment down in the comments section and practice your writing skills. I would say that being a YouTuber actually turned out way better than I expected. I had very low expectations going into this project, into this YouTube channel, and I was even, to be honest, scared of looking foolish, just like the emperor. But I decided to bite the bullet and go for it, and my channel gained a lot of popularity very quickly. It really exceeded my expectations, and that was really cool to see. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that 30 seconds. You can speak out loud, or you can type something down in the comments section. Go for it. I'd like to take a moment and give a huge thanks to my channel members. These are people who have joined by clicking join on YouTube, or they've gone to patreon.com/EnglishWithConnor, and they support me for $5 a month. Now they get some things back in return for doing so. They get PDFs for all of my lessons, and this really improves the quality of my lessons because they can sit down with a paper PDF or with a digital PDF and really personalize my lessons for themselves, right? But they also get hours and hours of bonus videos, and sometimes they even get early access to my videos. They get to watch them before anyone else. So if you are on the fence about becoming a member, you're not sure if you want to or not, try it on Patreon. If you go to Patreon, there is a 1-week free trial option. You can try it out, see if you like it or not. And to all of the people who have decided to support me for the price of a cup of coffee, I want you to know that it means so much to me. My members make my work possible. So thank you guys for all of your support of me and what I do here on YouTube. To use some vocab from today's video, I hope that becoming a member turned out even better than you expected. And if you are in the middle of a study session, don't stop now. I'm going to put another one of my videos up on the screen. Keep going. I will meet you there. If you are looking for a great way to improve your English listening and speaking skills at the same time, then you clicked on the right video. Welcome back to my 260,000 plus amazing students. Today, we have Speak on the Spot, Episode 3. Let me remind you how it works. We will get 10 random topics to talk about today. Could be something about travel, food, movies, music. Practice your English listening skills as I give you a demonstration of how to talk about that topic. I'll go first and talk for a full minute. Then it will be your turn. Take your minute and push all the way through. Try to talk for the entire time. And for bonus points, try to use the target expression. Click like on this video, say hello in the comments, and let's jump in. Our first random topic for today is catching up with an old friend. The target expression is catch up, meaning to talk with someone you haven't seen for a while and share updates about your lives, to catch up with them, right? For example, I called my college roommate to catch up on everything that's happened since graduation. Or we planned to meet at a cafe this weekend so we can catch up face to face. I'll go first. Here's my demonstration. You just focus on listening. Catching up with an old friend is something I haven't done in a long time. You know, I see my friends pretty often, but I do have a lot of old friends who I don't live next to anymore, right? I don't live by them or near them anymore, not like I used to. And so I haven't seen them in a long time. And catching up with them is something I would love to do. In fact, I will have a chance to do a lot of that this summer because I will be getting married. Yeah, this summer, I'm getting married, I'm having my wedding, and a lot of my old friends who I haven't seen for many, many years are going to come to the wedding, and fortunately, we will have a chance to catch up. I'm really, really looking forward to that and thankful for a chance to do that. That was my minute. I talked all the way through about the topic, catching up with an old friend. Now it's your turn. Push yourself to keep talking, even if you don't know what to say. And if you can, try to use the target bonus expression. Ready? Go for it. Our second random topic for today is taking a day trip. Taking a day trip. Yeah, not a long trip, right? A day trip. You go somewhere for the day, and the target expression is get away. To go somewhere for a short time to relax or take a break from daily routines. For example, we decided to get away for the day and drove to a nearby beach. Sometimes a quick hike in the mountains is all I need to get away and recharge. Time to practice your listening skills again. I'm going to go first. Here's my minute on this random topic, taking a day trip. Here I go. You know, taking a day trip is something I love to do. It's something I really enjoy, but unfortunately, it's something I haven't done in a long time, just like catching up with old friends. And there's really no excuse for me not taking a day trip because I have lots of free time during the week. Specifically, Monday through Thursday are my work on YouTube videos days, right? So that's something I could bring with me if I did want to take a day trip. I could bring my computer with me and I could edit as I go, or I could just take a day off from doing YouTube, go and take a day trip, right? So that's something I really have no excuse for not doing. No excuse for not doing because I have so much free time, I should take more day trips. That was my minute talking about taking a day trip. Now it's your turn. Once again, push all the way through that minute and try to use get away if you can. Go for it. Random topic number 3 is trying out a new hobby. And the target expression here is give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. What does that mean? If you give it a whirl, you attempt something, often for the first time, to see if you like it or if it works for you. For example, I've never painted before, but I'm going to give it a whirl this weekend. Or why not give it a whirl? You might discover a hidden talent. You know, I'm not just an English teacher. I'm not just a YouTuber either. I also, in my spare time, write. I write kids' books, kids' chapter books, picture books, and something I did recently was I have this project in China, a new picture book, and the title for that book, the publisher had an idea for the title of the book, and the idea was to have me come and do the Chinese calligraphy for the title. Now, Chinese calligraphy is something I have zero experience with. Even as somebody who studies the language, who studies Chinese, I've never done that before. But I decided to give it a whirl, give it a go, give it a try. And I took some ink and a paintbrush and I painted out the title for the book and sent it to them, and now it's going to be included in the book. I thought that was cool. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Push all the way through. Give it a whirl. Random topic number 4, reading the news. The target expression is keep up with, to stay informed about or maintain pace with something, such as current events or trends. For example, I use a news app to keep up with the latest headlines every morning. He reads business articles to keep up with market changes. You know, I generally try to keep this channel as politics free as I can, simply because I want everybody to feel welcome here, right? I don't want anyone to feel like they have to choose a side. This channel is all about learning English. That's it. However, I have to admit that recently, keeping up with the news has felt a bit frustrating and a bit scary. It feels like the world is in a dark place right now, and keeping up with the news is a bit emotionally exhausting, right? So, recently I've actually been taking a break from the news cycle, and I've been keeping up with TV shows instead. My wife and I have been watching Severance recently, an awesome show, highly recommend. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, push all the way through, and try to use keep up with somewhere in your response. Go for it. Random topic number 5 here is pet sitting for a friend, and the target expression is look after, to take care of or be responsible for someone or something in someone else's absence. So basically, if someone's gone, you look after their thing or look after someone, right? I agreed to look after my friend's cat while she's on vacation. So the friend is gone, the friend is out, the friend is away on vacation. She agrees to look after their cat or take care of her cat while she's gone. Please look after the cat's feeding schedule and clean water bowl daily. You know, last year, while I was traveling, I was in Los Angeles and I stayed at my little sister's place in LA for the weekend while she was away with her boyfriend. And while they were gone, they asked me to look after their cat. They have a very cute cat named Misty. So I got some bonding time with Misty the cat. I had a chance to look after Misty, and I love to do that. I love pets, especially cats. And I also remember when I was a little kid, I really wanted a ferret very badly, but my parents, they weren't totally on board. They weren't totally sure about it, so they had me look after a ferret of one of my friends for the weekend. It made our house very smelly, and they ended up saying, no, this is too smelly. You can't get a ferret. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Talk about pet sitting for a friend for 1 minute. Try to use look after. Go for it. Binging a TV show. Man, I am really excited to talk about this one. To binge watch is the target expression, meaning to watch multiple episodes of a TV show in one sitting, usually for an extended period. So basically, if you binge watch a show, then you discover a new show that you are in love with. You're crazy about it, right? And so you spend all day watching episode after episode. She stayed up all night to binge watch the entire season of that drama. I sometimes binge watch old sitcoms on the weekend to relax. Recently, my wife and I have been binge watching 2 different TV shows. The first one is called Severance. Wow, what a cool show. A little bit sci-fi, a little bit futuristic, a little bit suspense, a little bit thriller. There are comedic aspects as well. It can be a bit funny too. The show is about this separation, the surgery people can get. And when they go into work, something clicks in their brain. And basically, they have a work life and an out of work life. The work life doesn't know about the out of work life, and the out of work life doesn't know about the in work life. So there's an outie and an innie, right? So it's like the characters are living 2 separate lives. Super interesting. I would highly recommend that show, Severance. All right, now it's your turn. Go ahead, talk about binging a TV show. Is it something you like to do, something you want to do, something you've been meaning to do? And try to use that expression, binge watch. Go for it. Having trouble sleeping is random topic number 7, and the target expression here is drift off, meaning to fall asleep gradually, often without intending to. So you drift off to sleep, right? You don't really fall asleep right away, but you slowly, gradually fall asleep. I couldn't drift off last night because I kept thinking about work. If you dim the lights and read a book, you might drift off more easily. Don't get me started on having trouble sleeping. Don't get me started on this topic, meaning I have a lot to say about this topic. It relates to me a lot personally. Trouble with sleeping is something I've really struggled with my whole adult life. I feel like I've tried everything, working out, waking up at the same time every day. I don't drink coffee anymore. I don't drink any caffeine. I take melatonin before going to bed. I do yoga, meditation. I try all these different things, and I used to feel like none of it was working, but recently I started reading paper books before sleep. And that seems to have made the biggest difference for me. Reading physical paper books before sleep just makes my eyes really tired, and I drift off much more easily. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Talk about sleeping troubles and try to use drift off if you can. Go for it. Random topic number 8, paper books versus e-books, right? Like a Kindle or an e-reader. And the target expression is weigh the pros and cons, meaning to consider the advantages and disadvantages of something before making a decision. I need to weigh the pros and cons of buying an e-reader versus sticking to paper books. She carefully weighed the pros and cons before switching to digital textbooks. For me personally, I generally go with paper books, and there are several reasons for that. One reason, like I mentioned earlier, is that paper books help me drift to sleep at night, help me drift off to sleep. If I'm looking at a screen, then that keeps my eyes awake, right? And that makes it really difficult for me to fall asleep, a problem I don't have with paper books. But another reason I tend to prefer paper books is that there are too many options with ebooks, right? With a paper book, I feel like, okay, I need to just commit to this book and focus on one book and read this book. With an ebook, I'm constantly thinking, oh man, there's a whole library right here at my fingertips, and I could go read something else. So I constantly feel a bit distracted. So after weighing the pros and cons, I feel that for me, paper books are the better decision. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Do you like paper books or ebooks? Go ahead, talk for the full minute. Try to use weigh the pros and cons if you are able. Go ahead. Going to a casino is random topic number 9. Try your luck is the target expression, meaning to attempt to succeed in a situation that depends mostly on chance, often gambling related. So we decided to try our luck at the slot machines, even though we're not big gamblers. He went to the roulette table to try his luck and ended up winning a small amount. I remember years ago visiting my cousin who lived in Las Vegas at the time, and we had so much fun going to the casinos in Vegas. Yeah, we certainly tried our luck at many different casinos. Unfortunately, that luck didn't take us very far. In fact, I think I ended up losing $200,000, $300,000, something. No, I'm just kidding. I ended up losing $100, something like that, but I remember my mentality at the time. My mindset was like, this is totally new. I've never been to the casinos before. And to me, the experience of going to the casinos and checking everything out and, gambling, trying my luck, that was actually worth $100 to me. So I didn't mind that I lost the money. Okay, that was my response. It's your turn. Talk about going to a casino. Try your luck in your response. And guys, there's only one more after this. We're very close. Keep pushing. The final random topic for today is meditating. Meditating, and the target expression is to clear your mind. You guys probably know what this means, but just as a reminder, to clear your mind is to free your thoughts from stress or distractions, focusing on calmness or emptiness. Meditation helps me clear my mind after a hectic day. Great word here, hectic, meaning a chaotic day, a stressful day, a crazy day. Find a quiet place, close your eyes, and breathe deeply to clear your mind. Okay, I'll talk about meditating because I had a pretty interesting new experience yesterday. There's this gym that I go to, and, typically, generally, usually, when I go to the gym, I just lift weights. They have some yoga classes as well, so sometimes I'll try out a yoga class to work on my flexibility, but yesterday, I saw that they were offering this singing bowl meditation and mindfulness class, and that really caught my eye. They use the metal bowls and make them chime. Dong. And, it's kind of a meditation exercise, a mindfulness exercise. So I tried it out, and it was really, really interesting. I was able to clear my mind and really have a sense of inner peace, inner calm, inner serenity. And I think I'll go back. I really enjoyed it. That was my minute. Guys, here's your final opportunity to speak for today's video. Take that minute, talk about meditating or anything else you want to talk about. Try to use clear your mind if you're able to. Are you ready? Go for it. A massive thanks to all of my channel members. Membership is growing quickly. We're getting new members every day. So a huge thanks to you guys if you've become a channel member. You know, YouTube doesn't really pay me much, so I really rely on my members to keep me going. If you want to become a channel member, you can get PDFs for all of my videos. Really great for reviewing what we've learned, making sure you don't forget. You can get access to hours of bonus videos. Yeah, videos that the public does not have access to. And you can get access to my English book club. Personally, this is my favorite part of membership. Every month we read an easy-to-read English novel together. There are opportunities to do little writing reflections, and I will give you feedback on your writing. And you know, guys, there's really no way around reading a lot if you want to be fluent in English. Reading is something you are just going to have to do one way or the other. And so this is a great opportunity to do just that with a community of people and discuss what we read. It's really fun. So if membership is interesting to you, you get all of this for only $5, the price of a cup of coffee. Give it a whirl. Why not? And if you're in the middle of a study session, don't stop now. I'm going to put another one of my videos on the screen. Go click on it and I'll meet you there. Come on, let's keep going. Did you know that if you get 1% better at something each day for a year, you will end up 37 times better by the end of the year? Welcome back to my 24,907 incredible students. Today, we are going to be taking a look at a book called Atomic Habits by James Clear, okay? And the main idea behind this book is that sometimes a big improvement to your life begins with a small change. Here's the plan for today. We'll be looking at key lessons from James Clear's book, Atomic Habits. We'll be learning English as we go with our deep work technique. First, a quick read of the text, then a vocab breakdown, then going back to the text for a deep dive. And also, as we go about today's lesson, we will think about how to apply what we've learned to our English studies so that we can study English more effectively. If all of that sounds good to you guys, be sure to click like on this video and let's dive right into the lesson. Lesson 1 from the book Atomic Habits by James Clear is make it obvious. Creating clear cues for your habits makes them easier to adopt. By designing your environment to promote positive behaviors, you increase the likelihood of sticking to new habits. Now, an example of this lesson might be that Sarah placed her English vocabulary flashcards on her desk. Why? To remind herself to review them every day. Lesson 2 from the book is make it attractive. Habits are easier to adopt when they are appealing. Pairing new habits with activities you enjoy can make them more enticing. For example, I turn on Chinese subtitles when I watch YouTube videos to make studying Chinese more fun. Principle 3 or lesson 3 is make it easy. Simplifying habits reduces friction, making them easier to start and maintain. Break down habits into small, manageable steps to encourage consistency. For example, Maria set a goal to learn just one new English word each day, making the task easy and manageable. Coming to lesson 4, we have make it satisfying. Rewarding yourself for completing habits reinforces positive behavior. Immediate rewards can motivate you to stick to your new habits. An example might be Tom treated himself to a favorite snack after completing his daily English reading practice. Lesson 5 from the book is focus on systems, not goals. Building effective systems ensures long-term success. Instead of fixating on the end goal, Concentrate on the process and the habits that will lead to achieving your objectives. An example of this might be Emma focused on practicing English for 20 minutes each day rather than aiming to become fluent in 6 months. Up next, we have the 2-minute rule. Starting with a habit that takes only 2 minutes to complete can help you overcome resistance and build momentum. This rule encourages you to begin even the smallest version of the habit. David started his English writing practice by jotting down a 2-minute journal entry each evening. Finally, we come to principle or lesson 7, the last one, habit stacking. Linking a new habit to an existing one helps create a routine. Habit stacking leverages your current habits to establish new ones. For example, Lisa decided to review her English vocabulary right after brushing her teeth each night. Now, if that felt a little bit challenging, a little bit too hard, if there were some words you didn't quite get, if you feel like you're missing something, then don't worry, because for the rest of this video, we are going to explain all of that text that we just looked at and make it clear, make it make sense. But before we do that, please take 1 second to support me as your YouTube English teacher. Click like on this video, comment how many years you have been learning English, and watch until the end for the best results. All right, let's keep going. Jumping into the vocabulary breakdown, the first word I want to talk about is cue. Cue. Yeah, cue. Simply put, it means a signal for someone to do something. In this context, in the text that we read today, here's the way we're thinking about this word: a reminder to start a habit, a cue to do something, a reminder to do something. You know, some synonyms, some similar words might be a signal or a prompt, okay? These 3 things mean basically the same thing. It means it's a sign, a signal, a prompt, a reminder. Here's another one, that you need to do something, okay? So in the text, what did we see? We saw placing her vocabulary flashcards on the desk served as a cue to study English. Okay, this is a great example, and it ties in to the text. It is related to the text that we are reading today, right? So this woman, she is looking for something to help remind her to study English. So what does she do? She takes her vocabulary flashcards and she places them on her desk, okay? She puts them in a visible spot, right? A visible spot, a spot where they can be seen easily. Now, doing this serves as a cue. That's how we use this word. We can say that something serves as a cue, or it is a cue to do something, okay? Now, for the girl in this example, placing her vocab flashcards on her desk, that serves as a cue to study English. So that's her reminder to study English. That's her prompt to study English. That's a signal she gives herself to remember to study English. You guys know that I am a visual learner. I love to draw. I love to doodle. What I'm going to do for this illustration is just very quickly draw a simple picture to help me remember this word, cue. Okay, we've got a guy driving a car. He sees that the light turns green. It turns green, okay? Let's shade in this one, shade it in to show us that it's green. When he sees that the light is green, he knows that's his cue to go. That's his reminder to start driving. That's his signal to get going. That's a prompt to get him to start moving, okay? Now, if you're a channel member and you're following along with this lesson at home, you can draw this picture or a similar picture that helps you remember this word in your own way. Go ahead. Our next word is friction. Friction. Yeah, what does that mean? Well, pushback when rubbing against something in a very literal sense. Yes, that's what this word means. For example, if my hands are rubbing together, pushing against each other, then there's going to be some friction, right? The harder I push them together, the more difficult it is to slide them back and forth, right? If I'm barely touching them, I can slide them back and forth very easily, right? But if I add pressure, if I add force, then it becomes hard to slide them back and forth. That difficulty, that resistance is friction, okay? So we can also understand friction as being obstacles or forces that slow you down, or maybe we could say get in your way. Get in your way. So resistance, difficulty. You're trying to do something, you are met with friction. You are met with friction. That just means that completing this task, doing this thing is difficult. There is something that's holding you back. So let's take a look at this example from the text. Simplifying habits reduces friction, making them easier to maintain. So basically, if you make your habits simpler, if you make them less complicated, then the friction is reduced. The friction goes down, and as a result of that, this makes them easier to maintain. Maintain, what does that mean? That just means it's easier to keep going, right? It's easier to keep doing them, okay? So if there's less friction, it's easier to do. And how do we get less friction? We make the habits simpler, right? If you are making a habit too complicated, too difficult, then there is going to be a lot of, difficulty, resistance. It's going to feel like there's an obstacle, something blocking your path. You're going to feel like a force is slowing you down. You are going to feel a lot of friction. Okay, now just as a very simple example, here's me walking in my room, right? And I'm trying to get over to my desk to study. Here's a piece of paper and a pencil on my desk, and we can see on the floor are dirty clothes and maybe here's a Lego set I was working on, here's a video game. There's all sorts of junk. There's all sorts of garbage. There's a big mess all over my floor, right? And all of this stuff, what is it really? If I'm trying to accomplish a goal, this stuff is friction. It is getting in the way of me accomplishing my goal. So we can say that it is creating friction, okay? If I were to clean up this big mess, that would reduce the friction, okay? It would reduce the friction, it would lower the friction, and this would make it easier for me to accomplish my goal, for me to carry out my task and complete my goal. You guys know that I love idioms, and one thing I wanted to talk about that's related to this text that we're looking at today is build momentum. Build momentum. What does that mean? Well, to increase speed or strength in order to continue successfully, to get stronger or faster, to keep going, in order to keep going. So one easy way to think about momentum, okay, let's say we have a hill. Oh, you know what? I'll just go ahead and do the illustration now, okay? Imagine that we've got a rock at the top of the hill, okay? When the rock first begins to roll, there's not a lot of momentum. It's rolling slowly at first, okay? But then it picks up speed, picks up speed, picks up speed. We can also say that it picks up momentum. Okay, momentum, it builds momentum or picks up momentum or increases momentum. The speed, the strength, the power, the force that it contains is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So gain speed, right? Increase drive. Drive is kind of another way of thinking about speed or the force of going, okay? Now, we also have some antonyms for this example, for this idiom, some opposite words. So how could we say the opposite of build momentum? Maybe we would say you lose steam or you slow down, okay? As the rock is rolling, maybe it keeps going for another 50 feet, 100 feet, and it starts to slow down. It starts to lose steam. We could also say it starts to lose momentum. Okay, it starts to lose that force, that drive, that power to keep going. In the text, we saw starting with small steps helps build momentum for bigger changes. Okay, so think about this. If you are studying English or doing anything, really, you are going about one of your hobbies. You're trying to turn into a habit, right? If you start with a big step, well, that's going to be a big barrier, right? It's going to be tough to get going, tough to get started, right? There's going to be immediately a big blockade to your progress, okay? You're not going to be able to build up speed. In fact, it's going to slow you down. So that's why it's important to start with a small step, because you can do it easily, right? Once you accomplish that small step, that helps build momentum. You think to yourself, hey, yeah, I can do this. Hey, wow, this is possible. You graduate, you move on from a small step to a medium step, and then maybe later on a medium step to a large step, right? But if we begin with a large step, then it's tough to get going. That's a good way of thinking about this. Get going. If we start with a large step or even a medium step, it's tough to get going, tough to get started and build steam, build speed. It's tough to build momentum. Not easy to build momentum. If you guys are still with me, that's fantastic. Give yourself a pat on the back to congratulate yourself for making this investment in yourself, in your English, in your future. What we have next is the deep dive. Yeah, now that we've read the story quickly, or the text quickly, I should say, now that we've had the vocabulary breakdown and understood some of the more challenging language, now we're going to go sentence by sentence and really squeeze every last educational juice drop that we can out of this text. Okay, so let's start with lesson 1. Lesson 1 is make it obvious, okay? Obvious just means clear. It means easy to see, right? If a decision is an obvious decision, then it is clearly the right decision. It is obviously the correct thing to do. So creating clear cues for your habits makes them easier to adopt. Let's start with that. Okay, so remember that a cue, we talked about this, is like a reminder. Okay, it reminds you to do something. So if you create obvious or clear reminders for your habits, well, that will make them easier to adopt. Ooh, here's a hard word, adopt. That just means start doing. If you adopt a new habit. No, it's a little different than adopting a child, adopting a pet, right? This is a different interpretation, a different understanding of this word. If you adopt a new habit, then we could also say take on. You take on a new habit. You start doing a new habit. So by designing your environment to promote positive behaviors, you increase the likelihood of sticking to new habits, okay? So we need to design our environment, okay? We need to change the place where we do what we're trying to do. We're talking about studying English in today's video, right? So the environment is talking about the place where you study English. Maybe that's at a school, maybe it's at home in your bedroom. But what this is saying is that you need to design it from the top down. You need to make decisions about how it is. Why? Well, to promote positive behaviors, okay? Promote just means in order to make these positive behaviors happen, to make them possible, to make you do these things, these positive things, more easily, okay? So if you can do that, if you can change the area where you study, if you can change it in a way that makes you do these positive behaviors, or we could also say good habits, like studying English more often, well, what happens then? Then you increase the likelihood of sticking to new habits. Okay, let's take a look at that. If you can do this, if you can change your environment and make it conducive to learning English, to going about actually doing your hobby or your habit, right? If you can do that, then it's going to increase the likelihood of sticking with it. What does that mean if you stick with something? That means you don't give up. If you stick to it, you don't give up. Maybe an example would be, yeah, I tried learning Japanese, but it was so hard, so I didn't stick with it. Or we could say, I didn't stick to it. I gave up, right? So if you can change your environment, if you can change the area where you study, then it's going to increase the likelihood, increase your chances of sticking to new habits. In our case, to learning English. An example of this is Sarah placed her English vocabulary flashcards on her desk. Why? To remind herself to review them every day. So yeah, I do think this is a really good idea. Maybe something you guys can incorporate or use in your own English studies. She basically just placed her flashcards somewhere very visible, somewhere where they were easy to see, right? And that was her cue, her reminder to review them every day. Maybe you guys can try this. Remember that this book is all about making small changes. And if you keep making small changes, small adjustments to the way you study, well, the results will be very big, much bigger than you might have expected. Coming to lesson 2, remember, it was make it attractive. Attractive just means appealing. It's something you want. If something is attractive, then you want it. Maybe a person is attractive or good looking. Maybe an offer is attractive. If you are offered, a contract for a new job that's very attractive, then you really want to take that job. You really want to take that position, right? So habits are easier to adopt, start doing. And remember, whenever you guys see habits, we can think learn English. Learning English is easier to start doing when it is appealing, when it is attractive. Let's connect these two words, when you actually want to do it. So pairing new habits with activities you enjoy can make them more enticing. Yeah, that just means the same thing. Appealing or attractive makes you want it, makes you want to do it. Okay, so here's my personal example. I turn on Chinese subtitles when I watch YouTube videos to make studying fun. Yeah, this is actually something I do. You guys know that, my study habit is Mandarin Chinese. I've been learning for 10 years, and luckily, I've reached the point where learning can just be entertainment. It can just be fun. So, last year I read Harry Potter in Chinese, and that was really fun. But something that I've been doing recently is just watching YouTube videos that I would have watched normally, but as I watch them, I read Chinese subtitles. There's a really useful feature on YouTube, subtitle auto generation, where for lots and lots of foreign languages, you can turn on auto-generated subtitles. Now, they're not perfect, but they're pretty darn good, honestly. And for my Chinese studies, that makes it really fun. I can just watch the videos I would have watched, and I can learn Chinese as I do so. Maybe you guys can try that with English as well. Principle 3 or lesson 3 from the book was make it easy, okay? Simplifying habits. Simplifying means to simplify something is to make it easy, right? That reduces friction. We talked about friction. Friction is like resistance. Okay? Basically, it makes it easier to do, makes it easier to start, makes it easier to maintain or keep doing. Okay? Keep doing. Break down habits into small, manageable steps to encourage consistency. So if you take learning English and you break it down into, maybe we could say, bite-sized pieces. Okay, bite-sized pieces. You're not going to choke on a bite-sized piece. You're going to be able to chew it and swallow it, no problem. So we need small steps. We need manageable steps. What does manageable mean? That means it's not going to, get out of your control. It is under control. Under control. It is able to be controlled, right? So, what does this do if you're able to break down learning English into small baby steps? Well, that encourages consistency. That makes you stick with it. And consistency is like you keep going, you have a routine, maybe you do something every day at a certain time. That is consistency. Let's say you study English every day at exactly 5:00 p.m., right? That means you are really consistent with your studies. So basically, all this is to say that by making studying English easier for yourself, you are encouraging consistency. Being consistent is going to be way more possible. An example of this, Maria set a goal to learn just one new English word each day, making the task easy and manageable, right? So if you guys can set a goal of learning one new English word, maybe that's too easy for you, 5 new English words. The key takeaway here, the key lesson is don't overdo it, right? Don't overdo it. Don't make it too hard. Don't try to learn 30 new words every day, right? That's going to be way too difficult. Make it bite-sized, make it simple, make it easy. That will be easier for you. That will be more manageable. You will be able to control that situation, and that will encourage consistency. You will be able to actually study more often. Lesson 4, make it satisfying. I love this one. You need to reward yourself for completing, remember, habits. You can just think learning English, right? So when you learn English, you should reward yourself, okay? Why? Well, that reinforces positive behavior. What does that mean? Positive behavior, that just means good decisions, or good choices, we could say. If you reinforce good choices or you reinforce something, that just means you make it stronger. You make it tougher. You make it more resilient, okay? You make it better, basically, okay? Like if you reinforce good behavior, then you say, hey, that behavior was good. You did a good job. Here's a reward. Maybe it's, some yummy food. Maybe you get to play your favorite video game for a while or do something you really like to do. Well, that reward will reinforce your habit, okay? If you are learning English, for example, and you finish, studying for 30 minutes and that was your goal, you can reward yourself with some ice cream. You really, really like ice cream. That's very satisfying to you. And that satisfying reward, what does it do? It reinforces your positive habit or behavior. So immediate rewards, or rewards that you get right away. You get them right away, right? Those can motivate you to stick to your new habits. Those can, we could also say, inspire you. Could motivate you, they can inspire you, they can fire you up. That's a very spoken English way of thinking about this. Fire you up. Right? If you're fired up to do something, that means you're really motivated, you're really inspired. So if you give yourself a reward immediately, as soon as you finish studying, bam, you get a reward, well, that can motivate you to stick to your habit to keep going with learning English. An example, Tom treated himself to a favorite snack after completing his daily English reading practice. So once again, could be food, could be a TV show you like, a video game you like, do an activity you like to do, whatever it is, you need to combine studying with dopamine. What is dopamine? Dopamine is the chemical that is released in your brain when you do something that makes you feel good, right? So you click on that YouTube video you want to watch. You get on Instagram, right? You do X or Y or Z activity that makes you feel good. Your brain releases dopamine. So if we can find a way to combine these things or put them together, then that will really help with our English studies. Lesson 5, focus on systems, not goals. After reading this book, and I did read this book, it's a very good book, by the way, and I encourage you guys to go out and actually read the book if you think it won't be too difficult for you. I think this is the most important lesson, the most important takeaway, so I'm going to put a star here. Focus on systems, not goals. So what does that mean? Well, building effective systems or a way of studying, that's a good way of thinking about this word system, how you study, right? What is your method? What is your way? What is your technique that you study, right? So building an effective way of studying ensures or makes sure that you will have long-term success. Yeah, not just success right now, but success for a long time in the long term. Okay? Instead of fixating, or we could say focusing, instead of focusing on the end goal, concentrate instead on the process and the habits that will lead to achieving your objectives. Okay? So basically what this is saying is it's not about the destination, it's about the journey, right? Here's destination. It's not about the place you're going. It's about the journey. It's about how you get there. And you hear this all the time when people are talking about life lessons, when people are giving advice, right? They say, don't focus on the destination. Instead, focus on the journey. Enjoy the journey. And guys, I think this is especially important for learning English because guess what? You will never finish learning English. Your English will never be perfect. That will never, ever happen in your entire life. My English is far from perfect. I make mistakes all the time. And sometimes you guys catch those mistakes, right? I try hard with my videos, but I'm not perfect, okay? So because your English will never be perfect, it's important to realize that and try to enjoy the journey. You need to accept that your English skills will never be 100% perfect, right? It's not about the destination. It's about the journey. It's about how you get there. So really try to live in the now. Live in the now when you study, okay? Here's an example. Emma focused on practicing English for 20 minutes each day rather than or instead of aiming to become fluent in 6 months, okay? So instead of focusing on the goal of fluency, that's too big of a goal. It's too overwhelming. Instead, she broke it down into a smaller, more tangible, more bite-sized thing to do, something that was more possible. Okay, practice English for 20 minutes each day. Don't focus on the long term, focus on the short term. What can you do today, right? Not will I be fluent in 2 years or 10 years? Don't worry about that. Focus on right here, right now. Lesson 6 was the 2-minute rule, right? So starting with a habit that takes only 2 minutes to complete or finish can help you overcome resistance and build momentum. Resistance, remember that word friction or difficulty, we could say. Difficulty. So basically, this is telling us that if you start your study session, let's say you want to learn English, you want to study today, right? You want to study for an hour today. Well, how are you going to study? Beginning with something that only takes 2 minutes can help you overcome the difficulty of starting to study. If you try to do something really hard right from the beginning when you start studying, it's going to feel intimidating, overwhelming, too difficult, and you're going to want to give up. You are not going to be able to build momentum. You are not going to be able to really get going. Okay, so if you start with something that you can do in 2 minutes, this rule encourages you to begin even the smallest version of the habit, okay? I think this is an awesome rule. When you guys go and study English, begin with something that you can start and finish in under 2 minutes. In other words, begin with a warm-up. Don't dive into a really hard part of the lesson right away. Start with a warm-up. That's why I begin my deep work videos with a quick read of the story, a quick read of the text, right? If we jumped directly into the deep dive, it would feel like too much. It would feel too overwhelming. So I think that's a pretty good example for me and my videos, but here's another one. David started his English writing practice by jotting down, writing quickly, right? A 2-minute journal entry each evening. Okay, so clearly David wants to start, writing more in English. He wants to improve his writing skills. Does he sit down each evening and dive into a big 2,000-word essay? No. He starts with the 2-minute rule. He starts by jotting down some ideas. Remember, jotting down just means writing down quickly. He jots down some ideas in his journal. It just takes him 2 minutes. That gets him warmed up. That gets the gears turning. That gets him ready to go. It helps build that momentum. Okay, principle 7, the last one. Here we go. Habit stacking. Here's a stack of boxes right here. Stacking something just means you're putting things on top of each other, right? So linking, or we can say connecting a new habit to an existing one helps create a routine. a routine, a habit, something you do consistently, right? I have a morning routine. I have certain things that I do every morning. I do them consistently, meaning I do them every day, right? So habit stacking leverages, ooh, big scary word, right? Just means uses. Habit stacking uses your current habits to establish new ones. So, this word leverages, uses in your favor. To use something in a way that benefits you is to leverage it, right? I use my experience with learning Chinese and studying Chinese. I leverage that experience to help me come up with ideas for my YouTube channel videos, right? I leverage that experience. I use it in my favor. I use it to help me. Okay, so basically what this is saying is if we can connect learning English with a different habit, then that can help reinforce learning English. That can help us improve making English a consistent habit. Learning English can become more consistent if we attach it to a different habit, something we already do. Let's take a look at this example because I remember it's a really good one. Ready? Lisa decided to review her English vocabulary right after brushing her teeth each night. Bam. Now, that's just a random example, but I think that's actually a really good one. Do you see what Lisa is doing here? She is habit stacking. She's taking two unrelated habits and she's putting them together. She's combining them. Now, look, this is very smart because brushing your teeth every night, is that a very difficult habit for most people? A very challenging part of their routine? No, it's totally mindless, totally brainless. It's something you are going to do without any friction, without any resistance, right? It's going to be easy to brush your teeth every night. So why not use that in your favor? Why not leverage that? You can use these easy habits that you don't even think about to make your difficult habits easier. So if you combine brushing your teeth, something that's very easy for you to do, with learning English, something that's very hard for you to do, well, maybe that balances out a little bit. Maybe some of that easiness from brushing your teeth will wash off on learning English, right? It's basically telling us that this will make learning English fit into the routine much more easily because you're combining it with something easy that already exists. I think you guys can consider doing something like this, incorporating this into your English studies. I think something like this would help a lot. If you are still with me, wow, a big round of applause for you. You're doing fantastic. Now we're going to move on to my favorite part of my lessons, the discussion question for speaking practice. Yes, we are going to practice talking out loud. Let me explain how. Well, we're going to pick one of the atomic habits, pick one of the lessons that we mentioned in this video, that we talked about in this video. We're going to talk about how you could utilize it, or to use one of those new words, how could we leverage it? How could we use it in our favor? In other words, use it to help us in order to study English more effectively, to study English better, okay, in a way that makes more sense. So I want you to, if you need to, go back through those 7 different lessons and pick one that you think you could actually do, something you could actually apply to your language studies, and you're going to talk out loud about it for 1 minute. Now, I'm going to go first to give you an example, to give you guys a demonstration of what I want you to try and do. So here's my full minute. Here I go. Yeah, so after taking a look at all of these 7 different lessons from this book, this book called Atomic Habits by this writer named James Clear, There's a lot of fantastic information in this book. There's a lot of lessons to be learned, a lot of ways we can improve our English studies, right? For me, I'm studying Chinese. I think something I want to try, which was one of the lessons talked about in today's video, was habit stacking. Habit stacking. I think that was so smart. And I think what I could do is try and stack learning Chinese with exercise. I exercise every day in the morning. That's my active time, my workout time. Maybe I could stack Chinese onto that. And that way I can have a super productive morning, get everything finished right at the beginning of my day. Whew. Okay, that was my 1 minute. Now it's your turn. Go ahead, knock it out of the park. I wanted to say thank you one more time to everyone who has supported my work this last year, especially my channel members who go above and beyond in their support of me. And here's to another year of English is Easy with Connor. I'm not stopping. I'm not even slowing down. This next year, you can look forward to 100 more high-quality, free English lessons. Together, let's get you to English fluency. Thanks for watching.